tick.
The Angels started the year horribly before rebounding beautifully to win the wild card. But now they must contend with the powerful Yankees to win their 41 years of futility. In Game 1, the October Magic, though, belonged in Yankee Stadium. When the Angels blew a 4-run lead in Game 2, it looked like the Yankees just might be invincible.
Home run, Soriano! And the Yankees have taken the lead.
But these Angels showed their toughness in the 8th inning. Down a run in the house that Ruth built, they rallied.
Now is another home run. And all of a sudden, the amazing Angels have the lead.
Now the series moves west at a game apiece. The Angels turn to Ramon Ortiz, making his first postseason start, while the Yankees had yet another ace to play in Mike Messina. The winner will take command. The loser will be on the edge of elimination. Now is the time. It is a spectacular Southern California night at Edison Field in Anaheim. The Yankees with Mike Messina on the hill. The Angels with Ramon Ortiz. The game will start shortly as Ortiz will take the hill. Facing Derek Jeter and the Yankees, it's the pivotal Game 3, the American League Division Series on ABC Family.
Share your day. Share your laughs. Share more time together with the whole family this fall with Verizon Wireless. Sign up now on the America's Choice National Family Share Plan and get unlimited nights and weekends to share on up to 4 separate lines. Hurry in and get extra anytime mobile-to-mobile minutes. And buy one Kia Ceira phone for $49.99 and get a second free. So now there's no limit to how much you can share with all your loved ones. Verizon Wireless. We never stop working for you.
You can hear me now. Good.
When life throws you a tough pitch that tests your staying power, it never hurts to have a deodorant with a little extra muscle.
New Arm & Hammer Ultramax Wetness Protection plus the pure power of baking soda. Time release for long-lasting odor protection.
Extra muscle for the game of life.
Some lucky day.
It'll take one job.
Millions. Let's get this done then.
To prove they're ready.
Tonight, you become a man.
What are you, ballerina now?
It's tight shit.
Oh, it hurt.
And one wise guy.
He's half an idiot. Gotcha. And that is the good half.
To screw it up.
Who has the money?
That money is mine. I want it. Go time.
Knockaround Guys. Rated R. Starts Friday, October 11th. At least his feet are comfortable.
Wolverine Durashocks with new compressor technology.
They don't quit.
What do you think of when you hear real-time sight and sound? Now, most people will say big screen TV. That's because they've been on television selling big screens for over 15 years. Big screens are great, but you've got to have the right sound, too. Sound makes the picture come alive. Come check out the huge selection of speakers, audio components, and surround sound systems at real-time sight and sound and find the right sound system for you. You know you got to have it. You know you're going to get it, so why wait? Get it right now at real-time sight and sound, Coast Highway, Dana Point. Isn't it about time your big screen came alive?
State your name, please.
Elvis Spittycamp.
Occupation.
Head of Customer Service for CalFed Bank.
Age.
39.
Elvis Spittycamp. Real guy. CalFed. Real service.
41.
Can you feel this?
Yes.
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 Elvis Spittycamp. Real guy.
Yes.
CalFed. Real service.
Can you feel this?
ABC Family's Major League Baseball Division Series. Brought to you by Verizon Wireless. We never stop working for you.
It is a fabulous night for a ball game, a fabulous night to be out of doors, and more than 40,000 people have availed themselves of the opportunity to be here at Edison Field for Game 3, the critical series turning game 3, the Yankees and the Angels tied at a game apiece. The red, white, and blue bunting is out in force. Both teams have been introduced with the pomp and ceremony that marks postseason play. And the Anaheim Angels, a team that has never even gone to the World Series, taking on a team that has won more World Series than any other team in history. Mike Scioscia, the Angels manager, out with the lineup card. Joe Torre, the Yankees manager. They're going over the ground rules here with the 6-man umpiring crew. So that will take a little extra time here as the beginning of the Anaheim portion of this best-of-5 series. So Joe Torre turning in his lineup card. And the New York Yankees, a ball club that hit a lot of home runs during the regular season, and a club that has hit 6 home runs in the first 2 games of this series. A remarkable 2-game start to the series at Yankee Stadium. There were 12 home runs hit in the first 2 games of this series.
And there, John, you see the umpires kind of explaining the ground rules. It was interesting. They were walking out about 30 minutes before the ball game. They went out to center field, right field. I mean, they went all over the place looking for, you know, for these ground rules to make sure that everything was intact. Because in right field, remember, they do not have a yellow line out there, which some kind can be deceiving in whether it was a home run or not. There's no official yellow line there. And they were out, and they're explaining all these things to Joe Torre now.
This is the same umpiring crew that worked the series in Oakland, the first 2 games there, and now they have moved down the coast to Anaheim for these 2 ball games. So they're still explaining a few things to Joe Torre. The crew chief is Jerry Davis, who worked behind the plate in game 1 the other day in Oakland. Meanwhile, Halo Power, the Angels, who have always had disappointment over the years. They've had excellent ball clubs occasionally, but always it seems to win badly. Tonight they honored some of the players who were here in some of their earlier championship clubs, or teams that made the postseason, 86, 82, and 1979. The Angels have taken the field, so we are very close to getting started here at Edison Field. Here is the Yankee batting order now. Alfonso Soriano at second base. Derek Jeter at short. Jason Giambi at first base. Bernie Williams, who had the winning home run in the first game of the series, in center. Robin Ventura now at third base. Jorge Posada, the catcher. Raul Mondesi in right field. Nick Johnson, the designated hitter. And Juan Rivera, the rookie, is in left field hitting 9th. Hello, everyone. I'm John Miller along with Joe Morgan, and here we are. And they are excited here in Southern California about this Angels ball club. They won more games than any other Angels team in history. They think that they have the pitching staff to go with the hitting, maybe for the first time in their history, have put it all together. But they're still going to have to do it in the field against the New York Yankees, the storied Yankees. The Yankees with 6 homers in the first 2 games, and Ramon Ortiz on the mound tonight. He had a very fine year, but he gave up more homers than any other pitcher in the majors.
Well, the one thing he was able to do was give up a lot of solo homers. But this is a different Yankee team than what we've seen in the postseason lately. In the past, they always depended on their starting pitchers to get them to the late innings. Then Mariano Rivera would clean up. Well, Joe Torre has not gotten his starters to go long. They went 5 1/3 the first game and 3 in the second ball game. He needs Mike Messina to step up and give him the kind of effort that they're normally accustomed to in the postseason, and then have Mariano Rivera finish it off. But they're also a very powerful Yankee team, a little different than in the past also.
Ramon Ortiz, the 15-game winner, and he finished up with a 6-game winning streak at the tail end of the year. And although he gave up the 40 homers, 32 of them were with the bases empty. Before the game, he demonstrated his repertoire of pitches for us.
That's my fastball to swing. It's my fastball for swing. It's changes, my little changes. It's my slider right there.
And a lot of people, you know, they call him Little Pedro because he reminds people of Pedro Martinez a little bit, his motion, and he has a great changeup like Pedro has. So we'll see if he's able to keep the ball down and stay in the strike zone. And let's take a look at the defense that he'll have behind him tonight. This is a good Angels defense. I mean, they play very good defense. And Spezio at first base, they've been touting him as a Gold Glove candidate this year. He's played excellent since moving over. He was a middle infielder earlier in his career.
And so, Alfonso Soriano, 39 home runs during the regular season, stands in. And Ramon Ortiz in his first postseason action. First ball swinging and a high fly ball deep to right field. Salmon out in the sun field near the warning track. So there is one away. And I don't know if that's an omen of things to come. The very first pitch hit back to the warning track in right field.
Well, as we know, Soriano's not your typical leadoff hitter. He goes after the first pitch, and you see the tough sun field out there for Salmon. But that's why Soriano hit 39 home runs this year. I mean, he is aggressive, and he attacks the ball, which I like. I mean, he's very aggressive.
Soriano with a home run in this series, but here's Derek Jeter, who's hit 2 home runs, 1 in each of the first 2 games. He's now the first player in the history of Major League Baseball to hit home runs in the first 2 games of 2 different postseason series. Never been done before. Jeter with a .714 postseason batting average so far. 5 hits, 7 at-bats, including those 2 homers. He's scored 4 runs already. And this is becoming kind of what you expect from Jeter come October. Right back through the middle. It hits the bag and skips into center field. And a base hit for Jeter.
I think one of the reasons that Jeter does so well in postseason play is he's very aggressive. He doesn't take a lot of pitches, and you get the ball near the strike zone, and he's swinging. So he doesn't give pitchers a lot of time to set him up for an out pitch. I mean, what is an out pitch to Derek Jeter? He'll hit a slider away. He'll hit a fastball in. I mean, he hits a lot of different pitches, so you would not have time to really pitch to him.
So now, here is Jason Giambi. Giambi, in his first year with the Yankees, had a big year. 41 homers, 122 driven in. Did he swing? No.
And they have that big shift on him. I'm just wondering if we get to a 5th game, or say a 7th game in the World Series, if managers or teams will continue to play a shift like this, because I know Giambi can hit the ball that way if he wants to.
Giambi with 4 hits in 7 at-bats, including a home run in this series. That is the strength of the outside. Well, that would have been a pitch to take it the other way.
But I don't think he's going to do it early in the ball game. I think, early in the ball game, he's going to go with his strength, left center to right center. But I'm just thinking, if you're getting a situation where it's do or die, would you still play this type of defense? I don't think you should, because I know he's capable of going the other way.
Too low. 2 balls and a strike. I mean, they're giving him the left side. He could, if he bunted it hard enough, he'd get a double.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't believe he should do it now. I mean, I'm just saying later in the series, if the series was go 5, you're hitting in the bottom of the 8th inning with a tie game or something like that, you might think about it.
Well, if he hits a double play right here, I'm going to say that he should have bunted in the dirt, and keeping the ball just off to the right. Molina, and Jeter does not advance. The count now 3-1 to Jason Giambi.
Jeter, I think the reason he couldn't go is he bluffed, and he had to start back toward the bag, and his momentum was going back towards first base when the ball got away. He had given a big bluff at first base.
Giambi has played in a couple of division series in the past. Hit .323 against the Yankees while he was with Oakland, with 1 home run in those 2 division series. Jeter just back to the bag in time.
I always believe that when you're a running team, you should put guys in motion 3-1 as well as 3-2, because you have guys that can hit the ball, put the ball in play. You have speed on the base path. Perfect time to hit and run if you wanted to do that. It's not even a hit and run. You're just putting the runner in motion.
There goes Jeter. And that's ball 4. And nobody's at third base, and so Jeter gets up and takes the extra base.
Well, there's that defense hurting them again. Great play by Derek Jeter.
The throw should not have been made. It was ball 4, which apparently was news to Molina. He did not hear the call from Marquez. I mean, you need a nice, loud, clear call from the umpire here.
Well, it looked like a pretty good pitch. Molina comes up. The third baseman is covering. So Jeter looks up. No one's there. And they've already planned this. Make no mistake about it. They've discussed this before this particular play. I mean, you see the defenses that they put up against your team, and you figure out how you want to combat those defenses. And all of a sudden, right there, you just slide in the second, get up, and take off the third.
Now, I'm giving him a steal of third. What do you think?
I don't know what they're going to call that. I don't think you can give him a steal, but
I mean,
I agree with you.
He literally stole it.
He did, but if they would have caught the ball cleanly at second base, they probably would have given him a steal. But I'm not sure.
Even if he caught it, it would have been a foot race between him and Gloss.
Well, right? That's when it's a steal. If he has the ball and you beat him. But because they fumbled it, they may give him something else. I don't know. If I was scoring, I would probably give him a stolen base, but I'm a little partial.
Like I do.
I'm a little partial to guys that run anyway. I don't know if they've decided yet.
Here's Bernie Williams, runners at first and third. Ortiz immediately in a jam here. And again, the throw never should have been made by Molina. And I'm assuming that if Alfonso Marquez had shouted out immediately ball 4, that he would have held the throw. But he came up throwing. They have ruled it a fielder's choice, by the way, as to how Jeter got to third. No steal. Off the plate and a foul up the first base side.
And I think it's because the ball was fumbled. It was a low throw. I shouldn't say fumble at second base. Otherwise, if he catches it cleanly at second and Jeter just beats him to third, then I think they would have given him a stolen base.
I feel like it's a steal because he just got up, the base was empty, and he stole it. I mean, I'm not arguing with you. I'm arguing with the.
I know.
The rule book, maybe.
No, I understand.
Bernie Williams, already in the series, has had one game-winning hit. He's only had 2 hits in the series, but one of them was particularly huge. A 3-run 8th-inning homer in Game 1 on Tuesday at Yankee Stadium. That won the game. So it's 2-1. Giambi at first, Jeter at third. This is one of the differences between the Yankees too and say the Oakland ball club. Oakland's got a lot of power. They got patient hitters, that sort of thing. But the Yankees will run the bases a little bit more than will the Oakland Athletics.
Well, the Yankees are a complete team in that, they'll hit and run, they'll steal some bases, they do a lot of things to manufacture runs. And the A's are doing more of that now, the second half of the season, than I've seen them do before. I think they're conscious of the fact that they're going to have to manufacture some runs in the postseason. Let's take a look at the pitch that Bernie Williams Jeter took off on.
So it's ball 4, and Cahill agrees.
And it's pretty clearly ball 4, John. I mean, when it's that much off the corner, it's a clear ball, so to speak.
But did Alfonso Marquez give Molina the information that he needed? Tries the slider, and this is very high, hanging it up and away. 3-1 to Bernie Williams. So Ortiz, who has never been here before, trying to handle all the excitement, the adrenaline of his first postseason game. Jeter at third, Giambi at first. Bernie Williams. And a walk. So now the bases are loaded with 1 out. And Robin Ventura. And Ventura has been one of the very best in the game with the bases loaded.
Well, John, the reason he's so good with the bases loaded is he can zero in on half the plate. He can zone hit, so to speak. He can make something come into his zone. He knows you have to throw a strike. You can't just pitch off the corners and try to get him out. You have to come after him. And he's usually pretty good and patient at getting a good pitch to hit, and he usually drives it well.
He's had 16 career grand slams, including one this past July 28th. He is 6th on the all-time list for grand slams, and he's tied with the likes of Hank Aaron and Babe Ruth. Bud Black to the mound, and he's wearing a microphone. Let's listen to what he was talking about.
Hey, you're okay. Yeah. Tranquilo. Hey, listen. Keep your shoulder in. You're a little quick with your shoulder. Take your shoulder right to Benji. Okay? Keep your arm up. You're fine. All right?
That's fine, okay?
Hey, here we go.
Well, basically, he's like a hitter. He's saying that he's pulling his front shoulder out, and that's what hitters do when they pull off the pitch, so he wants him to stay there a little longer.
And that's ball one. Derek Jeter with one out, hit a single to center. He's at third base. Giambi drew a walk. Then Bernie Williams drew a walk. 14 pitches thrown in the inning by Ortiz. Only 4 have been strikes. And another one out of the zone.
And you can see that's what Ventura does so well. He's very patient in these situations. A lot of guys go up there, they're overly aggressive. They help the pitcher out, swinging at pitches out of the zone. He doesn't do that. Now he's 2-0, and he knows he can look for a pitch in an exact spot. If he doesn't get it, he just takes it.
And 3-0. On deck is Jorge Posada, a switch hitter with power. But the Yankees, just about everybody in the order is capable of hitting a home run against you.
I've seen Joe Torre let his hitters hit 3-0. I'm not sure he'll let him hit 3-0 here because he has been so wild on the mound. And Ventura may go out of the zone, so he may ask him to take a strike here. But Joe Torre is a very aggressive manager. He lets his hitters hit. He lets them do their thing.
Ventura had 27 homers during the year. From the windup. Strike. On the borderline area.
Well, I think Sosa again is wondering why it's taking him so long. You call that borderline?
It was just a little bit off the borderline area. That is in there. Strike 2 on the outside.
But you see, even now, even though Ventura had a strike on him, he wasn't going to swing at a pitch sinking down and away. He's still looking for a pitch that he can drive. Now that's a good pitch. That's on the corner, right on the edge.
The screen. Still 3-2. Robin Ventura, veteran, been here before, 35 years old. He's had some big postseason hits in the past. In the World Series year before last with the Mets. 3 men on, 1 man out. And that is into the alleyway in right center field, and they're going to start running. Jeter scores. Giambi scores. And stopping at third is Bernie Williams, a 2-run double for Robin Ventura, and the Yanks jump ahead.
Well, the one thing you can't do with Robin Ventura is let him see that many fastballs in a row and then get one down over the middle of the plate. I mean, if you show him that many fastballs, he's going to zero in on one. And that's why he's such a good hitter with runners in scoring position and men on base, especially with the bases loaded. You see that ball's out of the strike zone, but it's over the middle of the plate. And being a good low ball hitter, he goes down and gets it. You would rather have, if you're a left-handed hitter, you would rather hit the ball low than swing a pitch up above the letters. You can handle the ball down.
You saw Ortiz, who's certainly feeling the heat, and he ran right over in front of Derek Jeter on his way to backing up home plate. Here is Jorge Posada. So 2 runs are in. Now the Yankees have the chance for a big inning. The infield stays back up the middle. Too low. 1 ball and no strikes for Robin Ventura, his first extra base hit and his first RBIs of this series.
I know it may be the first inning, but if you're the Angels, you have to start thinking about calming this down a little bit, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to try to get Posada to swing something out of the zone. If he doesn't, at least then you have a right-handed hitter coming up next.
Changed up on him.
And just throwing some off-speed pitches, try to get him to chase something.
Posada 2 hits and 13 career at-bats against Ortiz.
And there's that change up he told us about. It's kind of a circle change.
Bernie Williams at third, Ventura at second. The red-hot Derek Jeter got this started with a single to center. And then his opportunistic base running. In the dirt, nice save there by Molina. I mean, you know, when you think about it, Jeter went to second base. The throw shouldn't have been made. It was ball forward to Giambi. Then he just gets up and goes over to third base. You got a young pitcher, or at least young in terms of postseason experience, Ramon Ortiz, already a little shaky out there. I mean, just taking that extra base further added to the trials and tribulations of Ramon Ortiz. So Jeter has made his presence felt big time here. He is now 6 for 8 in this series, and he has scored 5 runs already in 2 games plus 1 inning. Mike Messina already in for the bullpen, and the runway just inside the dugout there. That ball is hit deep into right field. Salmon broke one way, comes back another on the warning track in front of the wall. Tagging up is Bernie Williams. He scores the 3rd run of the inning. Ventura also moves along. Posada with a long sacrifice fly.
Looked like a slider. They were trying to keep from throwing him a fastball. Throw him a changeup, 2 sliders. That was a slider. He got it in just enough that Posada couldn't extend out on it. And watch, this ball gets in just enough right there that he can't extend out on it. Otherwise, he probably would have hit it out of the ballpark. He has a good swing, but he gets it just a little bit up the handle of the bat.
3 runs in, and here is Raul Mondesi. Mondesi, 2 hits in 7 at bats so far in the series. And it is 0-1. Well, Mondesi has always been a guy who's up there to swing, whether the pitcher's throwing strikes or not.
Well, he's a good first ball fastball hitter. That's what he likes. And they throw him an off-speed pitch out of the zone.
And that would, under the circumstances, you ordinarily expect the guy would not be swinging at a pitch out of the zone there. But the slider this time, he took it, bouncing in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. 3 runs in for the Yankees already. This crowd, which was loud, raucous during the pregame introductions, big ovations for the former Angels from past division champions who were here. But the Yankees, for the moment, have quieted them down considerably. 2-1 the count to Mondesi.
When you're a team like the Angels, you know, you split in New York, you come home, you expect the crowd to be behind you and ready to go, and all of a sudden you give up 3 runs in the first inning, but that's what the Yankees do to you.
Wow. Right in the middle of the back. So Mondesi will take his base. That was a 28th pitch thrown this inning by Ortiz, and he's not through the inning yet. And now they're calling the bullpen. Buddy Black, the pitching coach, calling out to the bullpen.
Well, this fastball is running in, and Mondesi just takes it in the back. He turns away. Ball was tailing in. It started toward the inside corner and just started tailing in.
Mondesi used to be a guy who stole bases. He stole 15 bases this year. There's John Lackey, the right-hander who pitched so well as a starter for the Angels down the stretch. Ramon Ortiz has been hit for 3 runs. He walked 2 in the inning. Both of those have become runs. Now he has hit a batter. Ventura at third, Mondesi at first. Nick Johnson, rookie, back to the screen. He's the nephew of Philadelphia Phillies manager Larry Bowa. Nick Johnson, his mom, Larry Bowa's sister. And Nick broke into the big leagues this year. They think he's going to be a star of the future. Ended up with 15 homers, 58 batted in, a .243 average. And that's a ball too high. Johnson is 1 for 4 so far in this series. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ramon Ortiz tried to relax himself a little bit. Mike Scioscia with some signaling over to Molina, the catcher. There goes Mondesi from first base, and a high fly ball along the left field line. Garrett Anderson just does have enough room. So it was not the way Ortiz dreamt it. The Angels are coming up.
Turning raw metal into pure gold isn't easy unless it's Chevy Truck Month with $500 bonus cash. Use bonus cash with 0% APR on any new 2003 Chevy truck in stock. Or add $500 bonus cash to increase cash back on 2003 Silverado, Avalanche, and Trailblazer. It's a new gold rush on dependable, long-lasting Chevy trucks. Stake your claim. $500 bonus cash ends October 31st at your local Chevy dealer.
Oh, Steve, I don't think you should hang the bug zapper over the Bud Light. That's really tacky.
Yeah.
Great party. Thank you.
Yeah, this dip is fantastic.
Great. I love these crunchy things on top. Are they caraway seeds?
Yes.
I didn't put anything on the dip.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down.
Great party, guys.
Fun.
Make it a Bud Light.
The heat is on when mozzarella, pepper jack, cheddar, and nacho cheese sauce form a taste to die for. Don't miss the new Cheese Extreme Quesadilla.
4 cheeses. 4. You gotta be insane.
Sub-Zero flavor inside, delicious cold minty shell outside. The gum that puts your breath on ice for a long time. Dentine Ice. Nothing's colder than ice.
Edison Field in Anaheim. The Yankees 3, the Angels nothing. Last of the first inning. Now the Angels batting order as they come to bat against Messina. David Eckstein at shortstop. Then Darren Erstad in center field. He's been hot. Tim Salmon, the veteran right fielder. Garrett Anderson, the big game-tying homer in the 8th inning the other night in left field. Troy Gloss, who's had 3 home runs in this series already, including the game-winning home run, or at least it put him ahead the other night. He's at third. Brad Fulmer at the designated hitter spot. Scott Spezio at first. Benji Molina, the catcher. Adam Kennedy at second base. And they are facing one of the premier pitchers in the American League for many years, Mike Messina, who went through a difficult season but finished up very strongly.
Well, he had some rough innings during the regular season before the final month. But in the final month, he really pitched well because he lowered his earned run average almost a run from 4.94 to 4.04, and that takes a lot of good pitching to do that in that short span. And let's take a look behind him. You know, Jason Giambi was the DH the other day. He's going to play first base. I guess he and Nick Johnson are going to alternate some in the series. But Giambi played first base most of the season. And 4 errors this season. That's pretty good at first base. In fact, you know, he played very well, I thought, the games I saw him play.
David Eckstein taking a called strike from Messina.
Messina has a sinking fastball. He throws a riding fastball. He has a knuckle curve, a change, and a regular curve.
1 ball, 1 strike. Eckstein 3 for 10 so far in this series. No swings at first base umpire Darrell Cousins on the appeal. Eckstein is the igniter for the Angels at .293 in the regular season. That's a foul out of play off to the right. Mike Messina finished up the year by not allowing an earned run over his last 27 innings of pitching, which equaled the longest such streak of his career. His last 7 starts, he had a 1.22 ERA. Drops down with the breaking ball, and it's tapped foul over to Erstad, who's on deck. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Look at that final 7 strikes. The amazing thing was his record was 3-3, despite the outstanding pitching. The final week of the season, he pitched a shutout in St. Petersburg, Florida, and it finished up this past Sunday with 5 scoreless innings at work. And that's foul out of play again. So the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes to Eckstein. Now, one thing that we've seen is the Angels, as you see, the field itself is now entirely in the shadows, except for the wall in right field and a little bit of the upper reaches of the hitter's backdrop out there. The Angels will make a pitcher throw a lot of pitches. 1-2 the count. Drops down with the curve and a pop-up. Here is Posada in foul ground, and that is 1 away.
Nice pitch there by Messina. He threw up most of the pitches over the top in 3/4. All of a sudden he drops down. You do not pick the ball up as quickly as you normally would. Kind of slings that curveball. And he makes a good pitch with it because he gets it away. It's up a little bit, but it's away from Eckstein. And he had bailed a little bit.
Now Darren Erstad. Erstad, 4 hits in 9 at-bats at Yankee Stadium. Tim Salmon to follow. The Angels hit .372 with 6 home runs in those 2 games in New York. The Yanks also hit 6 homers in those 2 games. And a fastball is high. The Angels comeback in the 8th inning the other night marked the first time in the history of Yankee Stadium that the Yankees had lost a postseason game when they had led up to 7 innings. First time, and we know they played a lot of postseason games there. Tries that curveball, but misses very high with it. 2 balls and no strikes. The 12 home runs hit by the 2 teams in the first 2 games of the series, that is an all-time record. It has never happened before. Yanks lead 3-0. Erstad fouls it off to the left. 2 balls and a strike now to Erstad. The Angels were one of the original expansion teams in Major League Baseball. 1961, that's the first time that baseball expanded. And Gene Autry, the singing cowboy, was the man who was the Angels owner. And for a long time after that, the late Gene Autry, and his dream was always for the Angels to win a World Series. A lot of people in this organization still would like to win that series for the Cowboy. 3-1 to Darren Erstad.
I'm trying to watch Messina because most of the time you can tell early in the ball game whether he's got his good stuff and he's going to have a good ball game or not. He seems like he's right on the edge now. He's trying to hit the outside corner. He's missed a couple of times, tried to hit the inside corner. I think he's going to have to get a little bit more of the plate like that. I mean, he's just going to have to use his stuff and trust his stuff and throw strikes and make these guys have to work their way on base and not have to get in a situation where they know you're going to throw a fastball 3-2.
Well, you see how dependable he's been, how consistently dependable he's been. A 182 win, 102 loss career record. Over 200 innings pitched in each of the last 8 years. The only current Major League pitcher who have done that. 3-2 the count. Erstad battling him. Bernie Williams in a little bit, waiting. And Erstad succumbs. Out number 2. 2 down and out. Tim Salmon will come up. Yanks lead 3-0 here in the first inning. We're talking about that original Angel Club 1961. Leon Wagner was the big star.
Daddy Wags.
And they played in Wrigley Field. The LA version of Wrigley Field. They were the Los Angeles Angels. They also had some time at Dodger Stadium. There's that sharp breaking ball. 1 strike to Tim Salmon.
Well, that one looked a little different than his knuckle curve. That looked more just like a hard breaking ball. Every once in a while he will throw something that looks like a slider.
Salmon with a high fly ball into left center. Plenty of room out there. And Rivera takes it. And the Angels go down in order. Rivera, Soriano, and then that man, Derek Jeter, coming up again.
It's funny. Sometimes I hit a lot of home runs, and sometimes nothing.
Yeah, man, I know what you mean, because sometimes I score a lot of touchdowns, and sometimes I don't.
Yeah, some months I make a lot of phone calls, others not so many.
That's why 10-10-220 is so great.
It's cheap, whether you use a little or a lot.
All calls up to 20 minutes are 99 cents.
It's perfect for me.
Yeah, and sometimes Emmett buys me lunch.
Sometimes Emmett do what?
And sometimes Emmett leaves a big old fat tip.
Dial 10-10-220, then 1 and the number.
Bottom of the 12th. Game time.
Should have used Preparation H.
Cool it fast with Preparation H cooling gel.
Cools on Contact for fast relief. Preparation H Cooling Gel. Cools on Contact.
Hey Mo, what's better than one tire at a great price?
4 great tires, Manny?
Exactly.
How about 4 great tires starting at less than $100? 4 tires starting at less than $100. Now that's great. Great is what we do best.
Yeah, boys, we're car people.
For his reunion party, his old tux still fit, but his old dandruff shampoo wasn't tough enough for black. So I bought him Maximum Strength Selsun Blue. It's doctor recommended and works fast.
Hey man, you're looking great.
Never wear black without the blue. Selsun Blue.
I am very proud of my lawn.
We enjoy it as much as he does.
Our neighbors usually ask me what I use, and I tell them. I use Scott's Winterizer.
He really cares.
When you plant it in the fall, the food actually enters the root system. It stores it over the winter, and then in the spring, it perks that grass right up. It explodes, basically. Obviously, it's a critical step.
He's tried other products, too.
They just didn't work out. Scott's Winterizer gives me the last green lawn in the fall and the first green lawn in the spring.
If you want the benefits of refinancing, you have no choice but to stress over a long application, right? Wrong. AmeriQuest Mortgage gives you a choice and a personal loan advisor to handle just about everything. With 2 decades of experience, AmeriQuest knows how to offer you the no-stress home loan. The time is right, so call AmeriQuest now at 1-800-273-9106 or go to yourmore.com. Call AmeriQuest, the company that knows you are more.
Now is the time.
Tick.
The Oakland Athletics went ahead of the Twins today in the Metrodome. Now tomorrow, Tim Hudson will try and win the series up against the 13-game winner, Eric Milton. That game at 1 o'clock Eastern, 12 Central, and 10 Pacific. An ABC family from the Metrodome. Also, the Braves and Giants at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific on FX, the cable network. At the same time, the Yankees and the Angels right here at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific on Fox. And then tomorrow night, it will be the Arizona Diamondbacks trying to stay alive against the Cardinals, 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central, 4:30 Pacific, right here on ABC Family. And there's a ball outside to Juan Rivera. The world champion Diamondbacks, they lost their #1 slugger, Luis Gonzalez. And then they had their 2 great pitchers go in the first 2 games and lost both of those to the red-hot Cardinals. I guess it looks like Miguel Batista would go tomorrow to try and keep them alive. If they can get a win tomorrow night, then they have Randy Johnson and Kurt Schilling coming back for games 4 and 5.
And I wouldn't count a Cardinal victory yet, but the Cardinals are playing great baseball, but they played great baseball down the stretch anyway. They continue to play well.
Juan Rivera against Ramon Ortiz. 1 ball and 2 strikes. By the way, we showed you all of the games tomorrow and the television times. All of those games can be heard on ESPN Radio tonight. Dan Schulman on the right and Dave Campbell on the left, broadcasting the game nationwide, along with Ivan Sokolsky, the producer. Because we really believe that the producer is the key man on any broadcast.
Well, I didn't see his name down there. Ivan's, an integral part of the broadcast. And we're going to be working with him,
start next week.
Yeah.
And you and I will be doing the radio in the League Championship Series. Or one of them anyway.
Yeah.
It'd be tough to do both of them at the same time.
If you're the Angels, what you need for Ortiz to do is just settle down, hold him for 2 and 3 innings, and give yourself a shot at trying to make a dent into this 3-0 lead that the Yankees have. And he seems to be a little more relaxed out there this inning than he was before. And look, the first time you up to the playoffs, whether it's in your first at bat, your first pitch, you have to have a little bit of nervous energy going for you on that particular day anyway.
Well, I think he had more than a little bit.
Yeah, but in my opinion, it's normal.
That's foul. I think he needs a strong inning here. He's been waiting for this his whole life. This night, and then everything fell apart there in that first inning before the game. This is about half an hour before game time out in the bullpen. That was Buddy Black having a heart-to-heart with him. Juan Rivera, the hitter. Rivera, who is 24 years of age, facing Ramon Ortiz. There's a strikeout pitch right there, the high hard one, but Rivera fouls second deck. I mean, that's got to be the worst feeling, right? You go out there, you've been hot, and then everything just starts to go bad, and you can't stop it. That is a strikeout.
I've always said that anyone that thinks that a postseason game is just like a regular season game has never won anything. You have to have more intensity, but you have to be able to control yourself. And I think he's finding himself. I mean, this is a good fastball in under the hands, and Rivera can't catch up with it. But his test is always going to be from here on down. Soriano, Jeter, Giambi, that's going to always be his test throughout the ball game.
Soriano, who hit the first pitch of the game into deep right field. Salmon caught the ball. That is a strike call on the outside. It is 0-1, but first pitch hit very deep to right field. Moments later, Derek Jeter ripped a single to center field, and then he quit throwing strikes after that. He walked the next two hitters. And hard sinker a little bit low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Alfonso Marquez is the home plate umpire. Cousins, Joe West, and Las Diaz on the bases from first to third.
Interesting defense they're playing against Soriano.
Big chop. He's got great speed. Gloss with a great arm. And he just gets him by a step.
Nice play by Gloss. And you have to have a strong, quick release to be able to throw Soriano out on that play. They're playing him pretty much, they're playing him straight away in center field, and on the corners, they're playing him toward the line. Nice play by Gloss. It's not easy to make that exchange from the glove to the throwing hand and get it over there that quickly.
It was nice to see it in full speed because he had to execute it right now. Now Derek Jeter. He started a 3-run first inning rally, and the Angels have not been able to control Derek Jeter. He's taken charge in this postseason series for the Yankees offense. The bat back, but it was called a strike.
Here's Gloss as he waits for it. He's preparing to bring it down and get rid of it. And he also stole a glance at Soriano to see how close he was to the bag and how far down the line he had gotten.
Ortiz 1 out away from getting through the inning in order. Giambi would be next. Slider a little bit low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jeter with 6 hits in 8 at-bats in this series. And what's more, he's walked twice. So he's come to the plate 10 times in this series and reached base 8 times. Back up the middle. Here comes the throw by Kennedy. He got him. And they leap to their feet. Jeter has been retired. 3 up and 3 down. Maybe Ortiz has found himself. Now Garrett Anderson, then Troy Gloss, and Brad Fomer. Some power coming up for the Angels. 3-0 Yankees.
You've always got time for a Reese's Fast Break. Creamy Reese's Peanut Butter, Nougat, covered in milk chocolate. Get lost in a Reese's Fast Break.
Sunday, October 20th. It's a night of all new original specials. First, he's the master illusionist who redefines extreme. Witness a new breed of entertainer. Chris Angel, Mind Freak. Then experience an all-new Serious Places Dare.
If you don't think I'm scared, then you got another thing coming.
A night of all-new original specials begins Sunday, October 20th with the premiere of Chris Angel, Mind Freak, part of the 13 Nights of Halloween on ABC Family.
Many things make a dealership successful. Affordable prices, amazing selection, but the reason why Theodore Robbins Ford has been here for over 80 years, plain and simple, real customer service. Caring salespeople who are flexible and easy to talk to. At Theodore Robbins, folks have been buying their cars and trucks from us for generations. And to me, that says it all.
Theodore Robbins Ford, exceeding expectations for over 80 years.
Fashion. Furnishings. Food. Fun. Day or night, the marketplace. We've got it all. I-5 at Jamboree.
The Yankees lead the Angels 3-0. It's a interesting look there for the one Angel fan. Kind of looked like, a little bit like Mr. Met. Here is Garrett Anderson against Mike Messina. And the curveball low and inside. 1-0 strikes. Garrett Anderson, who had the big year. 29 homers, 56 doubles, 123 batted in, hit over 300. And then at Yankee Stadium in the 8th inning that night, he had a game-tying home run. Anderson, 5 for 10 in those 2 games in New York. He had that home run and also a double. He'll be followed by the slugger Troy Gloss. Cena retired the side in order in the 1st inning. And that's foul. 2 balls and a strike now to Garrett Anderson. Joe, you and I tomorrow will be in St. Louis for that game. The Cardinals will try and win the division series 3-0 over the Diamondbacks. And we got some information on Scott Rowland. He had an MRI, no tear. It is a strain of the left shoulder, the injury he sustained last night. Anderson takes ball 3. But he is out for the rest of the division series and also the league championship series, assuming the Cardinals get there. He does have a chance, however, to be back for the World Series if the Cardinals can get there.
Well, that's a tough break for the Cardinals because they were playing well and he was swinging the bat well and playing great defense.
It's a foul. Still 3-2.
And speaking of defense, let's watch this play that Adam Kennedy makes on Derek Jeter. Tough play, grabs it, on the move, strong arm, perfect throw. Nice play.
Mike Scioscia said that Kennedy is amazingly improved defensively as the second baseman. And that's a foul again, 3-2.
Well, you're right. They demanded that he improve because they were thinking about giving his job away because he didn't play as well defensively last year as they expected. He worked very hard this winter, went to spring training, showed them that he had improved a lot, and he's been the everyday second baseman since.
3-2 to Garrett Anderson. And a sharp curveball. He dropped down again, and he strikes him out. He's had good success when he's dropped down a little bit there.
Well, they try to stay away from throwing Garrett Anderson fastballs in fastball counts. And this is a fastball count, so what does he do? He drops down. This is not really his knuckle curve. It's that little 3/4 arm delivery that he throws. And you can see the spin on it. Drops down. It's almost like a slider. Well, maybe it is a knuckle curve. It's got a little slider effect, not that straight over the top knuckle curve that he throws.
Not Troy Gloss. Broken bat and a base hit. Well, at least the Yankees keep him in the yard. Gloss, in his first 9 at-bats at Yankee Stadium, had 3 home runs. He is now 5 for 10 in the series.
Well, it's fastball almost knee-high over the outside corner. And we have seen so many bats broken in this division series, and a lot of them end up the way that one did, out toward the mound, but it's a base hit.
First hit allowed by Mike Messina. Messina and the Yankees are leading 3-0. Here's Brad Fulmer, 0 for 4 in the series, and he takes a called strike. Fulmer was acquired by the Angels in the offseason. Ended up with 19 home runs, 35 doubles, and a .289 batting average. Mike Scioscia. Scioscia, who had to answer a lot of questions, especially after game 1, but even after game 2, about his use and non-use of Troy Percival. Blew the fastball by him. It's 0-2 to Fulmer. And Scioscia was very good-natured about it. Talking about it before the game, he said, hey, I don't mind being asked about all that. But what I try to do, what I feel obligated to do, is to give a thoughtful, considered response as to exactly what my thought process was, along with Buddy Black's thought process, and why we did what we did. And after that, I don't feel like I have any more responsibility. They ask the question, I give them the answer. Then from then on, they can decide whether they agree with it or not. I mean, he grew up in Philadelphia, and he knows about a fan. He said, hey, how was he when he was a fan, a kid growing up? He was that way too. Why did that bum take that guy out, or why didn't they bring in some relief pitcher? 1-2 to Messina, or from Messina to Fulmer.
Well, the move in question is whether he should have brought Percival in the first game in the 8th inning to try to finish that off.
Yeah.
And from a personal standpoint, I agree that he made the right move. He brought in Schoenweiss to pitch to Giambi, and the ball that Giambi hit could have been played. But I mean, the point is, you make the moves according to your personnel, and he wanted Percival to pitch the 9th inning. He doesn't like for him to get pitch for more than 3 outs.
Yeah, I felt exactly the same way you did when he made the move. I agreed with it. I agreed with it until it didn't work. Then I was all over.
Well, I think one of the problems that you have in dealing with closers is you watch what Joe Torre has done over the years with Mariano Rivera. Rivera is the guy that everyone kind of grades their closers against. And Torre has brought Rivera in the 8th inning a lot of games to finish them off. But a lot of other closers aren't able to come in and throw 12 to 13 pitches and finish off a game.
That's a fair ball. Extra bases. Mondesi plays the carom beautifully and relays it back into Soriano. Stopping at third is Bloss. A double for Brad Fulmer. That is his first postseason hit.
Mondesi made the right play by coming up and throwing toward the plate, but he actually had a shot at Fulmer going to second base, and with the strong arm that he has, he may have been able to get Fulmer. This fastball on the inner half of the plate inside the edge, and he rips it past Giambi. Now watch when Mondesi gets the ball, if we have a chance to see this. When Mondesi gets the ball, he actually has a shot at Fulmer right there. See how, and he has a strong arm, but he wants to make sure that Bloss doesn't score, so he makes the right play by throwing back toward the home plate and having it cut off by Soriano.
And Soriano did set up the cutoff away from second base. Now Scott Spezio. 3 hits, 8 at-bats, a .375 average. He's had a home run and a curveball in there for a strike. Spezio's had a homer and a double already. 3 batted in this series. And during the year, he was at his best in situations such as this, with a runner at third or second, or as in this case, both. Bloss at third, Fulmer at second. The infield is back, normal depth. And that curveball hung high up out of the zone. 1 ball, 1 strike. I mean, Messina, he's got different pitches, and he is able to change speeds on every kind of a pitch that he throws. 1 ball, 1 strike. That fastball is popped up. Not much room in foul ground there. Ventura leans in, but it's just out of his reach, and Ventura almost falls in. And the umpire helps him keep from falling in. That was Laz Diaz, the third base umpire.
Well, he just barely misses reaching this ball. Watch. A very close attempt, but then a man.
I mean, what was that stuff in the field there that he stepped in, Joe? It looked like a guy had his camera bag with film in it or something. Sitting right out in the field. 1-2 the count. That is a foul.
That's a beautiful pitch there by Messina. That was the strikeout pitch. Spezio did a great job of just getting a piece of that ball.
I mean, what is that sitting right there?
I don't know.
I mean, he went over and stepped in it.
Well, it does look like some of the cameras. Camera guy's bag.
Loss at third. Fulmer at second. The Angels down 3-0. Chance to get back into it here. And breaking for the plate is Gloss. Giambi's going to get the unassisted out at first. Scoring is Gloss. Fulmer over to third. Spezio gets the RBI. 3-1 Yankees.
And that was a good job by Spezio just to put the ball in play, because Messina was making some excellent pitches. He was going for the strikeout. And he gets this breaking ball down each time. Now watch the breaking ball down. Look at that. I mean, that ball is way out of the zone and diving. And Spezio is way able to get enough of it to pull it to the right side. So good job by Spezio, a great job by Messina making the pitches that he had to make.
Messina ended up third in the American League this year for strikeouts. Only Pedro Martinez and Roger Clemens struck out more hitters than did Messina. He was tied with Barry Zito of Oakland for third in the league. But Spezio got the job done. I mean, they had to score something out of that.
Exactly. I mean, they're back in the ball game. They feel better about themselves, and the fans are starting to get excited. And that's exactly why Messina was trying to strike him out. I mean, he needed that strikeout to keep the fans out of the game.
Spezio's got 4 RBIs in this series. Runner at third, 2 down, Molina. And that is Soriano. Plenty of time, and the inning is over. But the Angels get one of them back. 3-1. Big hitters coming up. Jason Giambi. Then Bernie Williams and Robin Ventura. Yanks 3, Angels 1. We'll be back.
Body pain? Back pain? Now relief is just a shuffle away. Introducing new Bare Extra Strength Back and Body. It soothes aching muscles and sore backs with the trusted strength of Bare aspirin to work effectively at the site of pain. Plus, a special pain relief enhancer. Nothing works better than Bare Back and Body. Not Advil, not Tylenol. Get moving again, pain-free. New Bare Back and Body.
When life throws you a tough pitch that tests your staying power, it never hurts to have a deodorant with a little extra muscle.
New Arm & Hammer Ultramax Wetness Protection plus the pure power of baking soda. Time release for long-lasting odor protection.
Extra muscle for the game of life.
Driving down the road, I spot a dead emu. Having just lost my girlfriend, I decided Mike looked nice mounted in my pool room. However, it quickly becomes apparent that he's not dead. Not at all. I was a touch worried. Until I awoke in a pool hall frequented by a local sorority. And I ask you, was this coincidence or part of something bigger?
Why do men climb mountains? Because they can. And an Arctic Cat can climb mountains like no other ATV. Now you can own an Arctic Cat ATV for no money down, no payments, no interest for 6 months. And we'll add a $399 winch for only $69. Arctic Cat. More to go on.
Want a close shave while avoiding razor burn? The new Extreme 3 from Schick balances 3 blades on a central pivot for a close, comfortable shave. Extreme 3. Get close, not burned.
Used to be called the Big A, Anaheim Stadium. Now it's Edison International Field, home of the Angels. The Yankees are leading 3-1 here in Game 3 of the American League Division Series. And these aerial views of the ballpark here, courtesy of Goodyear's newest blimp, Spirit of America, based in Carson, California. Goodyear built its first blimp in 1925 and currently operates 3 airships, as they call them. And we are happy to have them with us. With these panoramic vistas of Edison International Field. There is Jason Giambi, and the big hitters, the power hitters, are up for the Yanks here. Giambi walked his first time. 3 infielders to the right of second. And that fastball up and away. 1 ball and no strikes.
And I'm watching Kennedy. I'm watching Eckstein. They seem to be moving further and further back. Giambi gets ready to hit. I mean, look how deep Kennedy is.
Against Ortiz, including 1 home run. And the way Ortiz is pitching him so far here tonight, I figured he also must have a lot of walks against Ortiz. And that's ball 3. Giambi is pretty particular at the plate. He does not often swing at pitches out of the zone. He ended up walking 109 times during the season. That's a strike. 3-1. Ortiz retired the side in order in the 2nd inning after his nightmarish first inning. And that is a leadoff walk. So Giambi getting the Barry Bonds treatment so far tonight from Ramon Ortiz. Bernie Williams coming up. It was game 1 of the series, 8th inning. Tied score 5-5, 2 men on. Facing Brendan Donnelly, and Bernie set him off at Yankee Stadium. That was the game-winning home run. Last of the 8th. The Yanks, that finished up a 4-run 8th inning. They were trailing going into the inning.
And that was some of that Yankee Stadium magic that we saw so much of last year during the World Series. I mean, magical things happen at Yankee Stadium when the Yankees are there, and even when they're down in the late innings, they seem to always feel like they can come back, and they always have the guns to come back with. They always have guys in the middle of that order that can do damage, and when you're in the 9th inning, that's where you are usually, in the middle of the order.
Well, I mean, it's a good point. I mean, how many times do you remember Bernie Williams doing that very thing in postseason games? I mean, that's not the first time that he's had a huge game-winning home run late in the ball game.
When you go through a lineup and it works normally, you don't say you do not score 20 runs or a lot of runs. You're middle of your order. That's where you're going to be in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Into left field, going back on that ball. Anderson still going back. It's off the base of the wall. Giambi digging for third. He's going to stop there. Randolph holds him. It's a double the other way by Bernie Williams. Wow. That ball took a long ride going to the opposite field.
Well, that's how you get in trouble. You walk Giambi. I mean, Giambi's a great hitter. You have to make him hit. I mean, it doesn't get any easier because you walk him and put him on first base. You still have to pitch to Bernie Williams. Then you have Ventura. And as you mentioned, there's just not enough to bite the bullet and pitch and just see what happens. That ball hits off the screen out there and bounces back to Garrett Anderson.
Bernie hit .333 during the regular season. Runners at second and third. The middle infield is backed up for Ventura. Line drive in the right center. Erstad. Here's Giambi. Erstad's throwing through. And not in time. Giambi scores. Bernie Williams held on at second. So the sacrifice fly by Ventura. Ventura has 3 RBIs in this game. And it is 4-1 New York.
And he's a very smart hitter. He went up there, even though he ripped a double off a low fastball last time, he did not look for something off speed. He got another fastball, and he lined it in the center field. I mean, a lot of times if you hit a fastball, you look for something else. He doesn't do that. He looks for the fastball, gets the fastball, and hits it hard to center field. That's a veteran hitter for you that knows how to hit with runners in scoring position.
So with 1 out, Jorge Posada is the hitter. Well, a leadoff walk. That's 3 walks allowed by Ortiz, and every one of those walks has turned into a run.
I still say the Yankees, the first inning took this Yankee crowd, this Angels crowd right out of it. And you can see how quiet they are now because the Yankees are doing their thing. And that's why they're such a good road team. They go on the road. They play well on the road because they know that they can score early and take the other team's fans out of the game.
Yeah, it's not necessarily an advantage to hit last against the Yankees. That's a ball down and in to Posada. Yankees were 51-30 on the road this year. No team in either league had a better record than that. Only one team, in fact, equaled that record. John Lackey up in the bullpen again for the Angels. He was up in the first inning. The Boston Red Sox had that road record. But the Red Sox did very poorly at Fenway this year. Posada hit a sacrifice fly his first time. Change up. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 4-1 Yanks. I mean, talking about taking the crowd out. I mean, the Angels finally scratch out a run, and everybody's thinking, okay, here we come, and then the Yanks get it right back just like that.
But one thing the Angels are capable of doing is scoring late. They showed us that on several occasions. The ball gets away from Molina.
So over to third base goes Bernie Williams. And that's a big play with only 1 out. Changes a lot of things.
Way inside, but it still appeared that Molina was going to make the catch. It still looked like he should have caught it.
Now the infield draws in. Ross holds Bernie Williams, and Posada is retired.
Nice pitch. The changeup tailing away from him, and Posada, all he could do was slap it the other way. It's a changeup and it's tailing away. Just all he can do is just make contact, which is smart. You want to make sure you put the ball in play, and he does so, but he doesn't. He hits it right to the third baseman, Klaus, and he's able to make a easy play out of it. You can see he's checking his bat because he hit it towards the end of the bat.
Raul Mondesi, he was hit by a pitch his first time. 4-1 now. The Yanks are leading.
When you watch Ortiz, you realize he has the stuff.
Ball
consistent.
Is a high fly ball, foul, and it will go back into the seats. Garrett Anderson comes over. Strike 1.
There's sometimes, when you're pitching, you do not have a lot of postseason experience. Sometimes you need to just figure out what 2 pitches do I have working best for me today. Use those 2 pitches. Do not try to use your entire repertoire at the beginning of the game. Just work your way into the game.
Just off the outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. We saw Buddy Black, who was offering some advice from the dugout area to Ramon Ortiz a few moments ago. Just off the outside again. 2-1. Nick Johnson, a big left-handed hitter, is on deck. Way off the outside. Two and 1 the count. 3-1. He's thrown 62 pitches already and already issued 3 walks. Foul ball, full count now. 3-2 to Mondesi. Angels in their 4th postseason. 1979, they were beaten by Baltimore. 82, they were beaten by Milwaukee, although they had a 2-0 lead. In 86, they lost to the Red Sox. That is too low. Another walk, and it will be the last one. So Socia, with his club in danger, been just blown out here early by the Yankees. Going to try somebody else. John Lackey, the rookie right-hander, comes in. 4-1 New York. We'll be back.
On an all-new Bake, Borrow, and Deal. Talk about the fast track.
We have big plans ahead.
Like that. While Team Kobe tries to score in the Motor City.
We made a tough decision to come up here.
All this for one task.
Team Contact makes a pit stop in Richmond.
Today we are definitely going to hit up the NASCAR event.
Will Contact take the checkered flag or get lapped by the competition?
What just happened could be a really positive development. We're just going to have to wait until tomorrow.
Bake, Borrow, and Deal. The new series from ESPN. Tuesday at 8.
Arctic chill. An even colder Dentine ice gum. Cool breath. Fresh breath like never before. Dentine Ice Arctic Chill. Ice at its coldest.
Turning raw metal into pure gold isn't easy, unless it's Chevy Truck Month with $500 bonus cash. Use bonus cash with 0% APR on any new 2003 Chevy truck in stock. Or add $500 bonus cash to increase cash back on 2003 Silverado, Avalanche, and Trailblazer. It's a new gold rush on dependable, long-lasting Chevy trucks. Stake your claim. $500 bonus cash ends October 31st at your local Chevy dealer.
Just because a toothbrush is electric doesn't mean it works like a Sonicare. It has patented sonic technology. Sonicare gets your teeth whiter and healthier in just 28 days, guaranteed. See for yourself or ask your dental professional about the Sonicare difference.
Reactor 3 at critical mass.
Core temperature still rising.
Close the flow channels. Activate the hydrogen recombiners.
Meltdown.
Do it.
In 10 seconds. Are you new to the team?
Well, actually, I'm with the tour group. But I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Stay smart. Stay at a Holiday Inn Express.
Game 3 of the Yankees-Angels Division Series in the American League. Series tied at a game apiece. The Yankees leading this one 4-1. And now John Lackey on in relief of Ramon Ortiz. Lackey, who was brought up to the big leagues in the second half and ended up with 9 wins for the Angels, which enabled them to put Scott Schoenweiss in the bullpen. So Lackey inherits a couple of base runners. So he didn't have a chance here to sort of find his groove. I mean, he's got to get this guy out right now.
Well, I mean, this is a big hitter in this ball game, because if he doesn't get Nick Johnson out, he's going to be working towards the top of this order, and that's where the damage will be done. But I mean, if you're the Angels, you need someone to come in, not only just to get Nick Johnson out, but you need someone to give some rhythm to this game. You need to get 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, just to get the fans excited, get your teammates excited. Otherwise, this could become a blowout, because the Yankees aren't going to give up. I mean, they're not going to stop being aggressive. They're not going to stop trying to add on to what they already have. They're going to continue to play the same type of ball that they always play, and that's aggressive.
A couple of rookies here. Lackey, 6 feet 6 inches tall, from Abilene, Texas. 24 years old, facing the Yankees rookie first baseman / DH, Nick Johnson. Johnson fouled out to the left fielder his first time. Joe Torre wouldn't mind seeing a hit, and he got one. Base hit. So Bernie Williams in to score. Mondesi stops at second. 2 runs have scored in the inning, and the Yankees lead 5-1.
And the big problem is when you come in and you fall behind 2-0, you have to throw a fastball. I mean, Nick Johnson knows it. He says he doesn't want to walk me, so what is he going to do? He's going to give me a fastball. He gets the fastball, and you have to admire Johnson. He doesn't try to do too much with it. He doesn't try to hit it out of the ballpark. He just lines it back through the middle for a base hit. And I think that kind of follows what Joe Torre told him at the beginning of the divisional series. He said, we're not going to just go out there and rely on home runs. Let's hit some singles. Let's drive in some runs. Let's do whatever is necessary at that time, and that's what they're doing.
Juan Rivera, also a rookie. That's a strike on the outside. 1 strike to count. Rivera struck out his first time. So the Yanks have not hit a home run today, but they've been given an awful lot. Ramon Ortiz walked 4, hit 1, threw a wild pitch. 3 of those 4 walks have already been turned into runs. Mondesi's the runner at second. He walked, number 43 there. And that's slider is in the dirt, blocked by Molina. The runners have to hold.
But the point is, you do not see the Yankees up there all trying to jerk the ball out of the ballpark. They're taking, so to speak, what he gives them. Bernie Williams goes the other way. Guys are going back through the middle. I mean, that's good hitting. That's the way the Yankees play. That's the way they played in the past. Even though they hit a lot more home runs this year, they're still capable of just manufacturing runs and hitting the ball back through the middle.
Quickly lurched back out of harm's way on that one. 2 balls and a strike. Well, Derek Jeter's had a single through the middle. We just saw Nick Johnson with a single through the middle.
Ventura stayed back through the middle.
Bernie Williams double in this inning, the big hit of this inning, the other way to left field. So he wasn't up there just trying to pull the ball.
I mean, you have to like their approach. I mean, you just watch them. They're going, especially when a guy has a changeup. It seems that they stay back through the middle as well as any team, so that they do not pull off the changeup.
That was not a changeup. A 92-mile-an-hour fastball. 2-2 now to Rivera. He is the 7th batter of the inning. Alfonso Soriano on deck. 5-1. The Yankees are leading. Of course, leads have not been very safe so far in this series. And a full count, 3-2. Well, this is not what Socha was hoping for. He was hoping that Ortiz would be able to carry him deep into this game.
Well, actually, you know, if he could have just gotten out of the first inning, you know, to give the home crowd a chance to kind of push and motivate their guys at the beginning, the bottom of the first. But by the time they came to bat, they were already down. And there's no rhythm when you're walking guys. There's no rhythm to the game.
Runners go, and the ball is ripped into left field, a base hit, and Mondesi will score. 3-2 count. The runners took off, and Rivera clobbers a base hit. And so Mondesi, who walked, has also scored. Every walk that Ortiz gave has turned into a run. 6-1.
Well, it's a fastball count, and they throw a fastball, and he gets it middle of the plate in, and Rivera rips it through the hole for a base hit. No chance to throw Mondesi out of the plate. He runs so well.
Rivera now has 3 RBIs in this series. Now, the leadoff man, Soriano, has flied out deep to right and grounded out to third. He's been handled, and yet the Yanks have 6 runs, and we're in the 3rd. Curveball for a strike. The combination of Ortiz and Lackey has now thrown 73, 74 pitches in this game. We're only in the 3rd inning. That's a foul ball, another breaking ball. 0-2 to Soriano. And that, I think, face.
That says it all.
That's the typical Angel fan at the moment.
At this point. And like I said, they took him out of the game right at the beginning of the broadcast. Right in the 1st inning.
John Lackey in his first postseason. And that's a foul right over Jeter's head off to the right. No balls, 2 strikes.
Well, he sets up inside and he throws it down and away. The good point is he kept it down.
But he missed his spot by a considerable amount. 0-2 the count. And he strikes him out. He did not miss his spot that time. But the Angels have a lot of catching up to do. 6-1 Yankees.
The heat is on when mozzarella, pepper jack, cheddar, and nacho cheese sauce form a taste to die for. Don't miss the new Cheese Extreme Quesadilla.
4 cheeses.
4. You gotta be insane.
Share your day. Share your laughs. Share more time together with the whole family this fall with Verizon Wireless. Sign up now on the America's Choice National Family Share Plan and get unlimited nights and weekends to share on up to 4 separate lines. Hurry in and get extra anytime mobile-to-mobile minutes. And buy one Kia Ceira phone for $49.99 and get a second free. So now there's no limit to how much you can share with all your loved ones. Verizon Wireless, we never stop working for you.
You can hear me now. Good. Morning, Joe. New haircut?
No. New shoes? No.
Hey, Joe. You been working out?
No.
Hey, Joe. Shave your mustache?
Nope.
You sure that's not a new haircut?
Yes.
Did you just get back from vacation?
No.
Did you get promotion?
No.
Did I?
No.
What's different? He finally asked his doctor about Viagra. Ready to ask your doctor about Viagra for the first time? Find out if a free sample is right for you. To learn more, visit Viagra.com. Ask your doctor and see the difference.
Jewels by Joseph invites you to discover award-winning designer jewelry by Hidalgo. Women around the world are collecting these unique stackable rings that can be mixed and matched to create any look you desire. Choose from an extensive variety of rings in 18-karat white and yellow gold or platinum with diamonds, precious stones, and enamel. Start your very own collection today at Jewels by Joseph in Newport Beach.
Great Thoroughbred Racing is back at the Great Race Place. It's the Oak Tree season at Santa Anita. Tomorrow, everyone in attendance will receive an Oak Tree Collector's Stein, absolutely free, and will enjoy a K-Rock Microbrew Festival in the infield. With 7 Breeders' Cup prep races, the World Championships start here. Great Racing, a Microbrew Festival, and a free Collector's Stein. Tomorrow at Santa Anita.
Sunset from the Goodyear Blimp in the Golden State. Yankees leading the hometown nine 6-1, last of the 3rd inning. Adam Kennedy, the 9th place hitter, will try and get the Angels started. Kennedy hit .312 during the season and is 1 for 4 in this series. David Eckstein, the leadoff man, on deck against Mike Messina. And that is just over Jeter. A base hit.
And a lot of people may wonder, why do you put one of your best hitters at the 9th spot? Well, it's kind of like when you have a pitcher in the lineup. I believe that your 7th place hitter should be your worst hitter, not your 8th place hitter leading into something when you want something to happen. And here you have Kennedy hitting 9th. Now you go to the top of your order. It's like having a second leadoff hitter to start things off here at the bottom, in the bottom of the 3rd inning.
Now Eckstein, he fouled out to the catcher his first time. 6-1, the Yankees are leading. Eckstein taking his time getting in there. Now he's set. Robert Ventura is very close to the bag at 3rd. Giambi on the bag at 1st with the runner. And that is a called strike. Kind of eased that one through there. And you see how close to 3rd base Ventura is playing. Middle infielders, double play depth, pulled in a bit. Time taken out in right center field. You see the ball dude out there, a beach ball got loose on the field. I'm John Miller along with Joe Morgan, and we are witnessing the Yankees in this pivotal game jump out to a huge early lead, Joe.
Well, the Yankees knew what they had to do. When you go on the road, that's exactly what you want to do. You want to score first. And that, again, that takes the crowd out of the game, but it also gives you a little more energy.
Check swing, 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, I mean, everybody wants to score first. The Yankees just went out and did it, as they so often do.
Well, we saw that in Minnesota today. The Oakland A's went out and scored first against the Twins on the road. And again, that took the crowd out for a while. Couldn't take the Twins crowd completely out, but it took them out for a while.
There goes Kennedy. And Eckstein with a swing and a miss, but Kennedy steals the bag uncontested.
And a lot of people will wonder why you do that. Well, I think you're doing it just trying to get your team started. This is what we do. It's still early in the game. I'm still going to run. I'm still going to hit and run. I'm still going to try to manufacture some runs. We have a lot of innings to go. If we can get 1 here, 2 there, we can get back in the ball game rather than try to wait for the big inning.
He dropped down with that curveball again, fouled to the screen by Eckstein. 1-2.
And a lot of times a pitcher, when you're behind 6-1 and you're on first base, he kind of relaxes anyway and doesn't hold you. And so they just took off on Messina, because normally Messina is very difficult to steal a base off of. He holds the runners very well.
Messina in 4 previous starts in division series play, 3-0 with a 2.0 earned run average. That fastball is lined right to Giambi. 1 away.
Well, we remember what he did last year in Game 3 against Oakland when he beat Barry Zito in that 1-0 game.
With considerable help from Derek Jeter. But that was one of the great postseason pitching duels you'll ever see. He beat the Athletic. I mean, the Yankees were down 2-0 in Game 3 last year. It was desperation time for the New York Yankees, and they only got 1 run against Zito and Messina, and then the bullpen made it hold up. That's Kennedy at second base, 1 out. Erstad the hitter, and a curveball in there for a called strike. He one time in a division series game when he was with Baltimore. You see Erstad, who's flied out, 4 for 10 in the series. 1997 with Baltimore, he struck out 15 Cleveland Indians in a division series game. Or actually, that was a league championship series game, I beg your pardon. But did not even get a win in that game. Mike Messina got into his first World Series last year. Social, what can you do? Hope for the best. Down 6-1 in the 3rd inning. And a foul by Erstad. He got the big hitters up now. Erstad and Salmon and Anderson. We're talking about the division series. Jorge Posada got the only run of the game in this homer against Barry Zito. And then here's the play. The throw by Spencer overthrowing 2 cutoff men, but Jeter somehow was there. And Messina, meanwhile, dazzled the A's, including his current teammate, Jason Giambi, the former bearded one. There's Jeter. Giambi now a Yankee. 0-2 to Erstad. That had to be a slider, didn't it? Last pitch?
Well, I mean, he throws something that's similar to a slider, but I'm not sure exactly. Let's see if he can see the knuckles on it. Well, that looks like the same pitch that he threw when I called it a slider, but...
Well, let's just go with slider.
Well, we saw a picture from center field, and he had his knuckle on it, so...
It's the knuckle slider.
All right.
If it looks like a slider, it acts like a slider, then it's a duck. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And battling him here is Erstad, staying alive. I remember that Chris Hoyles, who was his first catcher in Baltimore when he first came up, once told a story in a tight spot in a game. Messina, who did not throw a slider, Hoyles had never seen him throw a slider, got out of a big jam late in the game with a slider. They got back in the dugout, and Hoyles said, "Where did that come from?" Messina said, "Well, I thought it would work." So he just sort of invented one. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runs that fastball away. 2-2. Messina is self-taught. He used to go into the basement at the family home in Montoursville, Pennsylvania. After watching the game of the week, he watched Seaver and some of the great pitchers, Palmer, Don Sutton, and then he would study what they were doing, the mechanics of it. And he'd go down with a tennis ball in the basement, and he'd throw against the cement wall and work on his motion. Curveball. Soriano can't get to it. Mondesi with a great arm, and Kennedy will be held. That's the arm we're talking about right there. Kennedy came tearing around third, but was held up by Ron Renicky, the third base coach.
Well, it appeared that Soriano was going to knock it down, but he almost gets there, but he doesn't knock it down. It goes through. And Mondesi charging and just fires a missile right to the plate. And that, I mean, it's almost impossible to score in Yankee Stadium on a routine single to right field with Mondesi out there.
Joe Torre had an interesting comment comparing the two ballparks. That the Yankees, I mean, their game is always to try to take the extra base. But Scioscia pointed out that the grass in the outfield at Yankee Stadium is a little higher than the grass here. And the outfield is more quick here in Anaheim than in New York. Now Tim Salmon, and back to the bag is Erstad at first.
Well, at least the fans are getting into it now. They're starting to come to life.
They got the Korean noisemakers going.
And as you mentioned, they have their big hitters up this inning. Salmon and then Garrett Anderson.
Tim Salmon 2 for 10 in this series. 6-1 Yankees. 1 out. There goes Erstad. And that's a base hit. Down the left field line. Kennedy scores. Here comes Erstad. And he will score a 2-run double. 6-3 New York.
Are these the same fans who were listening to a minute ago or watching? That's what baseball does to you. It gets you excited. The home team does something well. But I like what Mike Scioscia was doing. Erstad was moving then. What he was trying to do is make sure he stayed out of the double play. That's a breaking ball, but you can see it splits the center of everything. Kind of a hanger, and Salmon rips it down into the corner. But Erstad, because he was on the move, he was stealing second base, he scores easily. And the Angels are within 3. But Mike Scioscia did not stop his guys from running. He is not playing conservative baseball, even though he was behind by 5.
Now Mel Stottlemyre, the Yankee pitching coach, is out to talk to Messina. So Messina with the big lead. But the Angels got the single by Kennedy and a steal. The single by Erstad. And now the 2-run double by Salmon with Erstad running. So it is 6-3. And the Angels' biggest hitter, Garrett Anderson, their most productive RBI man, coming up as Stottlemyre heads back to the dugout.
Score like baseball fans.
So you should try to do what I do. I block all that out and just concentrate on the telecast of the game.
Well, they've tried to stay away from first pitch fastballs to Anderson. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, change up.
And bobbled. He recovers and still gets it. Anderson flips a somersault after hitting the bag, trying to leg that one out as Salmon advances to third.
That one hits Soriano right off the heel of his glove, but he pounces on it quickly and fires to first base in time to get Anderson. He trips over the foot of Jason Giambi. Well, he wasn't running. Now he sees him bobble it. Now he tries to pick it up. And then he trips on the leg of Jason Giambi, and he kind of kicked Giambi in the right calf.
Now Troy Gloss. And Gloss has been the most powerful of all hitters in this series. He's had 3 home runs. Tonight he hit a single his first time up. A broken bat single to left. Something similar here would knock in a run. Salmon at third. Look out, that hit him.
You know what's unusual about that is that Mike Messina doesn't pitch right-handed hitters inside very often. I mean, that's one thing I've always felt that he could do a better doesn't pitch inside very often. And you can see they set up inside, and that may be why. He doesn't feel comfortable hitting the inside corner or just off the edge against right-handed hitters because maybe his ball tails in a lot, so he ends up hitting a lot of batters when he doesn't want to hit them. But if you watch him over the course of his career, he just does not pitch inside consistently.
So now Brad Fulmer is the possible tying run. This wild series continues on course. Curveball, and that one bounces off the dirt. A foul that hits Posada. One strike to Fulmer, who ripped a double past first and down the right field line his first time. I mean, the first two games, we had an 8-5 game. The Yankees won an 8-6 game. The Angels won. Now here we are in the third inning of Game 3. It is 6-3 Yankees. And no real sign yet that Messina is about to turn that around. He's given up 3 runs here in the first 3. 2 men on, 2 men out. Change up. Going after it is Ventura. He runs out of room.
Messina's given up, a couple of runs here, but, the ground ball that went through the hole on the right side off the bat of Erstad, it could have been caught by Soriano, but it got under his glove and went on into the outfield. So, I mean, he has not had good luck this inning.
0-2 to Fulmer. Salmon at third, Loss at first. Fastball is fouled back into the upper deck. Joe Torre has got to be perplexed, as is his pitching coach, Mel Stottlemyre, about what's happened to the Yankees starting pitching. Roger Clemens went 5 2/3 and got hit for 4 runs and 8 hits in Game 1. And then Andy Pettitte lasted only 3 innings in Game 2, allowing 4 runs and 8 hits in that one. Here's Messina limping along in the third inning of this one. Drops down with the curveball, but misses. Scott Spezio on deck. There you see Clemens' line in Game 1. The two of them, Clemens and Pettitte, those first 2 games gave up 8 runs and 16 hits and only 8 1/3 combined innings pitched. Cena's given up 3 in, less than 3 so far here. 2 on, 2 out, 2 in. Change up. 2-2.
Messina has made some good pitches with his breaking ball down and his changeup, but when that changeup has been out of the strike zone, they've been able to lay off him. And we talked about it earlier that the Angels do make you work. They're a pretty patient group of hitters.
Just got a piece of that breaking ball. Pretty good job there by Fulmer on a pretty tough pitch. Three pitches thrown in this inning by Mike Messina. And he's up to 58 pitches in the game already. And is not quite through this third inning. The fastball away. The Angels send 7 men to the plate to get 2 of them home. Derek Jeter, then Giambi and Bernie Williams coming up. The Yankees 6, Angels 3.
You're watching the MLB Divisional Playoffs on ABC Family.
When I look at Steve and Jenny, I just think, wow, what did Jenny have that all the others didn't? Because Steve's had a lot of women all over the world. Europe, Asia, Africa, you name it, Steve's been there. One word, buddy, Amsterdam. Huh? Now, this guy knows what I'm talking about. Well, what can I say? The guy's been around. You know, the block. A couple 100 times.
What are you doing? I'm working my tail off.
You're lying there in a bed.
No, this is just a symbol of how I feel in my new Red Wing boots. It's a bed. No. Red Wings just feel like a big comfy bed for my feet. It's a metaphor. It's a bed. It's a metaphor. A bed.
Hey, you two, get back to work.
Red Wing Comfort Force, the most comfortable boot we've ever made.
I'm getting a pair of those metaphors.
Billy Mays here with an amazing new product. You gotta see it to believe it. It's called the Ding King. What do you do when you get a dent or a ding in your car? Up until now, you either had to drive around that way or spend hundreds of dollars to have it fixed. Not anymore. The Ding King gives you the power to remove that dent or ding in minutes. Simply apply the special bonding agent to the super strong dent puller and place it firmly in the middle of the dent. Now fit the pulling bridge over it and twist on this special wing nut. It's like dialing the dent away. You see it happen instantly, right before your eyes. Like magic, the dent is gone. The Ding King is yours for only $29.95. But you gotta call now. Here's how to order.
To order your Ding King for only $29.95 plus $5.95 shipping and handling, call 1-800-219-9962 or send check or money order to Ding King, 2 Morgan Avenue, Norwalk, Connecticut, 06851.
The Yankees 6, Angels 3. I mean, when's the offense going to start? We've already played 3 innings. Beginning October 19th, it's 13 nights of creepy movies. The scariest places on earth. There's the extreme illusions of Chris Angel by 13 nights of Halloween. Begins October 19th on ABC Family. Now that person's already marked those dates down. And the bobbleheads are out for us.
It's a Derek Jeter, and that's Darren Airstread.
I thought that was Troy Gloss.
Well, that's what I thought it was, and maybe it was Gloss. Hey, that's the trouble with bobbleheads. They all look alike.
So Derek Jeter going on 1 pitch against John Lackey. Now that's a victory all by itself there for Lackey.
Well, exactly. I mean, you need to get some rhythm. Again, that's what you have to do. When you're a relief pitcher coming in with your team down, you have to give your team some rhythm. And you have to do that by going 1, 2, 3 a couple of times and giving them a chance to get back in the game.
Jason Giambi, and again they go into that pronounced shift. 3 infielders to the right of second. The third baseman Gloss is the shortstop. And that's a fastball in the dirt from Lackey. Giambi has walked twice in this game. He's only been up there twice in this series. Giambi now 4 hits, 7 at bats, and 4 walks. That curveball, nice. For a strike, 1 ball, 1 strike. Lackey did face the Yankees once in the regular season. That was back on August 22nd at Yankee Stadium. That ball into right field, but there is Kennedy. And Giambi is retired. 2 down.
And he hits that one right into the teeth of the defense. I mean, all this is covered. So when he pulls the ball, he's going to pull it right into the teeth of the defense. That ball middle of the plate in. He almost had to pull it. Not an easy play to catch a ground ball on grass when you're out that far after it comes off the dirt. Dirt puts some spin on it, and it reacts differently once it hits the grass.
So 2 down, and here is Bernie Williams. Bernie has walked and scored a run, and he has doubled to left field and scored a run. I mean, Lackey's getting the guys out who've been causing all the trouble for the Angels. Jeters with a single in the first started the 3-run rally. Giambi has walked twice and scored twice. We mentioned Bernie with a walk and a double and 2 runs scored. Lackey's got a chance to retire the side in order here. 6-3. The Yankees lead the Angels. Fastball, a strike on the outside. Ramon Ortiz started, lasted only 2 2/3, gave up 6 runs. only 3 hits, but he walked 4, and all 4 of those walks became runs. 6 runs, 5 hits for the Yankees, 3 runs, 5 hits for the Angels. And I guess the real distressing thing for the Yankees right now is to hand Messina a 6-1 lead going to the last of the 3rd, and he's just not able to close the door. The Angels come right back with 2 of their own to stay in this game.
And I think it's going to be even more difficult if Lackey's able to get Bernie Williams out, go 1, 2, 3, and get right back to work at Messina.
That's a foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes. You know, game 2 of this series on Wednesday at Yankee Stadium, the Angels jumped out to a 4-0 lead against Pettit by the 3rd inning. And then Kevin Napier was not able to handle all of that success. Yanks started chipping away. By the 4th inning, it was 4-3. By the 6th inning, the Yankees were leading in that game. It's been a wild series. 2-2. Hello. And that was his highest reading on the radar gun tonight. He found a little something extra on that one.
Well, if you're going to come inside, you want to come hard, and you want to. If that was the pitch that you wanted to end this at bat with, so he came with his best fastball, but he missed on the inside part of the plate.
Fastball again?
Well, they have been doing that, but let's see if they change. Every time he did it in the last inning, I mean, they scored runs. They got base hits on fastball counts. But with 3 and 2, no one on base, I think you almost have to go after it. You want to try to make this a quick inning for yourself.
Ventura on deck. They curveball, and the Angels can't believe it.
Well, that's one of the pitches he should have thrown when they had runners in scoring position. It's much easier to throw a 3-2 curveball with no one on base, but you should throw it with runners in scoring position rather than throwing it with no one on base and 2 outs.
Well, look at that. K-Zone agreed completely with Alfonso Marquez, way outside. See, Scioscia's giving him the, I mean, he looks hurt by that. Not outraged, but hurt. And Bernie back to the bag. Walks given up by Angels pitching now. So if you throw a curve on 3-2, it better be a strike.
Well,
fastball, that is a strike.
The point is, when you have runners in scoring position, you just want to keep the hitter off balance. You do not want to give him the pitch that he's sitting on. And in fastball counts, they threw fastballs, and the Yankees got base hits. To the Yankees' credit, you still have to hit them even if they throw the pitch that you're looking for.
0-1 on the count to Ventura. And that sinker is low. 1 ball, 1 strike. So in other words, you don't quite agree with nobody on base.
Right.
Don't fool around with a walk, go throw him a strike.
Yeah, because now what you're doing, you put yourself in the stretch, which you obviously do not throw as well out of the stretch as you do from the windup. Plus, you have a hole at first base for Ventura to hit through. You actually put yourself in trouble.
Ventura pops one up. Kennedy quickly out into shallow right, and that's the inning. So the walk and a man left, and the Angels are coming up again. Spezio.
Get to the October Power Drive at your local GMC dealer for an extra $500 bonus cash on professional-grade trucks and SUVs. Every new Yukon, Envoy, and newly redesigned Sierra. The power of GMC can be yours with the power of these great offers. Get 0% APR or $1,500 cash back on every new GMC, plus an extra $500 October bonus cash. See dealer for details. Upgrade to professional grade during Power Drive. See the pros at your local GMC dealer before it all ends October 31st.
In a world of superhumans, fierce battles have raged, and many have fallen. Now the best remain, but only one can wear the ring. Who will lead his team to victory? Will it be Bonds, Chipper, Gloss, Giambi, Hunter, or Johnson? Watch the Major League Baseball postseason on ABC Family. The world will be watching. Will you?
Thinking big these days? Real-Time Sight and Sound has the right big screen TV just for you. Check this out. New 45-inch big screens, just $14.98. Or how about a new 46-inch high-definition ready cinema-sized big screen for just $19.98. Yes, high-definition TV is here, and Real-Time has all the latest models in stock and on sale with prices so low you can't afford not to buy. You know you gotta have it. You know you're gonna get it, so why wait? Get it right now at Real-Time Sight and Sound, Coast Highway, Dana Point. Real-Time Sight and Sound. We don't just sell, we satisfy.
Sparks fly on an all-new episode of Monster Garage. Me likey. Jesse James and the gang tee off as they're asked to change this European speedster into a driving range dynamo. Will it scoop balls at 60 miles per hour? And what secret does it have up its sleeve?
I want it to look like it's raining golf balls.
Hackers beware on an all-new Monster Garage. Monday at 8 Eastern and Pacific. Only on the Discovery Channel.
Welcome back, everyone. Earlier today, tone set early. Torrey Hunter came in and did an about-face. This opened the door for the A's.
You get out there in outfield, you're playing Gold Glove center field, but every once in a while you get a little too aggressive, and this is what happens.
They went on to a win, and they'll throw Tim Hudson tomorrow against Eric Milton for the Twins. Big day in baseball on the Fox family, Fox, ABC family as well. John and Joe?
John Miller and Joe Morgan back here on ABC Family. And tomorrow there's the schedule. The Athletics and the Twins. The Athletics try to wrap it up at 1 Eastern, 12 Central, 10 Pacific on ABC Family. Then the Giants and the Braves at Pac-Bell Park tied at a game apiece on FX Cable Network. Same time, Yankees and Angels right here on the Fox Network at 4 Eastern. The D-backs and the Cardinals tomorrow night from Busch Stadium, and the Cardinals will try and wrap up that series. 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central, right here on ABC Family. Joe and I will drive out to St. Louis right after this game.
Right. This is a very important inning for Mussina.
Spezio with a high fly ball along the right field line. Mondesi into foul territory. He's got it.
Because Mussina wants to get back to being in control of this ball game. And that's what Joe Torre wants. He wants him to give him at least 6 or 7 strong innings. So he has to get back in control. Not a good pitch, but the speed fooled him. It was up a little bit, but he was way out in front and popped it up foul.
Or something else. I'm saying just looks like a slider.
Looks like a slider.
In too tight to Molina, who grounded out to second his first time. 6-3. The Yankees are leading. How about? I mean, was that the height of irony? All the time about the Metrodome and how tough it is for a visiting team, and bad things happen to visiting teams there. Tough place to see a ball. And the very first batter of the game for the A's, and it's the Twins who make the mistake in the dome.
Well, I think Jeff Brantley described it perfectly. He's a Gold Glove center fielder, but he got a little too aggressive on that particular play. I think, and that set the tone for the afternoon. I mean, the A's jumped off to the lead. It's like the Yankees. You jump off to the lead on the road, and it makes all the difference in the world.
Barry Zito was able to cash it in. A long run there for Mondesi. Now he's there. And just in fair ground to retire Molina, out number 2. So Mussina now with a chance for a quick inning. And he needs one.
Yeah, he definitely does. I mean, and this was about confidence. If you're the Yankees and you're on the road, this is about thinking that I can send a pitcher out there, whether it be Mussina, whether it be David Wells, whether it be Roger Clemens, or Andy Pettit, and they can shut down the other team in their ballpark. That's what the Yankees have been able to do. But I think what is happening is that teams are getting more and more confident that they can handle the Yankees pitching and that they can handle the Yankees. And it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to go through the postseason now than it's ever been before.
Adam Kennedy taking a curveball too low. Kennedy led off to third with a single. That started a 2-run rally.
But I wouldn't
Jeff off the outside. David Eckstein would be next. Kennedy, 2 for 5 in this series. They need a little bit of a bigger on-deck circle for Eckstein. He looks a little antsy over there, doesn't he? That one is hit high in the air, deep into right center field. Way back there, it is gone. A home run.
Set up outside, and that ball comes middle in and down, and that's where a lot of left-handed hitters, their bat just seems to fly to that position. And Kennedy puts a charge into it. And as you mentioned, the ball carries well here in Anaheim.
Kennedy's first home run of the series, the 7th home run for the Angels in 3 games. Now it is 6-4. Eckstein right back beneath us. Foul ball.
Interesting last inning and this inning as well. Messina's tried to go inside on 2 right-handed hitters. He went inside on Molina, and now he's trying to go inside on Eckstein. And that's something he doesn't normally do.
Adam Kennedy hit only 7 home runs all year. Soriano throws out Eckstein. So Messina was rolling along, and suddenly Kennedy hits one into the seats. It is 6-4 going to the 5th.
I am very proud of my lawn.
We enjoy it as much as he does.
Our neighbors usually ask me what I use, and I tell them. I use Scott's Winterizer.
He really cares.
When you apply it in the fall, the food actually enters the root system. It stores it over the winter, and then in the spring, it perks that grass right up. It explodes, basically. Obviously, it's a critical step.
He's tried other products, too.
It just didn't work out. Scott's Winterizer gives me the last green lawn in the fall and the first green lawn in the spring.
My life has never been more demanding. And to help keep my mind and body active, there's Centrum Performance. It's a complete multi with higher levels of bees, plus ginkgo and ginseng to help re-energize my mind and body.
Centrum Performance. Life demands it.
Push the button. Push the button. I know. You could do it.
No, I can't do it. I can't do it.
Come on, what are you afraid of?
I'm scared of commitment.
Oh.
It's not a commitment. It's 10-10-220.
Yeah, but don't I have to sign up first?
That's the beauty of 10-10-220. You don't have to sign up.
Oh, so I just dial it, then 1, then the number.
Then it's 99 cents for all calls up to 20 minutes.
So I just dial it.
You just dial it.
Right now.
Right now.
Little privacy, please.
Oh, man.
Check, please.
Dial 10-10-220.
Hey, Vanessa, changing my milk for you, Apple. Okay. Thanks!
Hey, Bing, I'll give you $5 for this old phone.
It's not even worth that much.
Right.
Phones and accessories. Now at Radio Shack, trade in any wireless phone and get $50 to $100 in mail-in rebates toward a new next-generation wireless phone with color screen.
I waited 30 years to do that.
Vanessa!
Radio Shack, you've got questions, we've got answers.
ABC Sunday. Watch your back. It's a night of betrayal. First at 9, 8 Central. She always knew her job could kill her. She never imagined the deadliest enemy, if she can help us, would be her mother.
This woman is not to be trusted.
Trust me. A new alias. Then at 10, 9 Central. An innocent woman will go to jail unless this lawyer betrays his client.
I can't. You mean you won't? That must be very hard to live with.
A new practice following a new alias. 2 blockbuster dramas Sunday starting at 9, 8 Central on ABC.
The New York Yankees, who were leading 6-1 after 2.5 innings, now leading 6-4. Going to the 5th inning. Between innings, Joe Torre walked out to chat with Alfonso Marquez, the home plate umpire.
Well, my only thought is that maybe there's something bothering Messina, and you know, they may. And then, of course, Socha went out to find out what was going on.
John Lackey with a curveball in the dirt to Jorge Posada. Ball one.
Socha, of course, wanted equal time, but I think what happened is Torrey was saying that something may be bothering Messina, and that, you know, he may need some more time for someone to warm up if that's the case.
The bullpen is busy for the Yankees. Spezio. Lackey gets the put out. Posada now 0 for 2 with a sacrifice fly, and there's Jeff Weaver up in the bullpen. Messina in the dugout after the previous inning was over. So Weaver starts to throw. Messina's given up 4 runs and 6 hits in 4 innings. Raul Mondesi has been hit by a pitch, and he has walked and scored a run. Right center, a long run for Erstad. Gets there. Two down.
A little flare in the right center. Erstad quickly over and takes charge, as the center fielder is supposed to do.
Mondesi retired for the first time. Now Nick Johnson, who has fouled out to left and singled home a run. He was the first man to face Jeff Weaver when Weaver entered the game in the 3rd inning. And that curveball is too low. Messina thrown a breaking ball in the 4th inning.
I've watched the outfield of the Angels. They're playing most of the hitters straight away, but then in left field they're playing them to pull, and the right field they're giving both gaps to just about every hitter, which is an unusual defense. I mean, Garrett Anderson in left field is almost, you know, close to the line as you would play for a right-handed pull hitter. And Salmon in right is playing almost like you would for a left-handed pull hitter, and Erstad is playing pretty much straight away. I mean, look at all the gaps that they're leaving. I mean, those are big gaps in a big ballpark, and you're not able to run the ball down in those gaps. It hasn't hurt them, of course, and they must be trying to pitch according to the defense, but you're giving up a lot of holes in both left center and right center for each hitter.
3-1 to Johnson now. Anderson in left, Erstad in center, Salmon in right, and 3-2 to Johnson. The Yankees have the lead, but John Lackey trying to put 2 scoreless innings together here. 2 down, nobody on. The inning is over. 1, 2, 3. Erstad, Salmon, Anderson coming up, and Torrey coming out to talk to the umpire again. We'll see who's coming out to pitch.
Did you know the air in your home can be up to 5 times more polluted than air outside? That indoor pollutants like dander can aggravate allergies and trigger asthma? What can you do? Get the Filtrete Ultra Allergen Reduction Filter. It's up to 30 times better than all other 1-inch filters at capturing airborne dust, bacteria, and pollen. And it meets Health House guidelines. If you don't take care of the air in your home, who will? Filtrete filters from 3M.
When life throws you a tough pitch that tests your staying power,
It never hurts to have a deodorant with a little extra muscle.
New Arm & Hammer Ultramax Wetness Protection plus the pure power of baking soda. Time release for long-lasting odor protection.
Extra muscle for the game of life.
For his reunion party, his old tux still fit, but his old dandruff shampoo couldn't handle black, so I bought him Selsun Blue Moisturizing Shampoo. Doctor recommended with aloe and moisturizers for healthy hair and scalp.
Hey, man, you're looking great.
Never wear black without the blue. Selsun Blue.
Healthy Choice introduces everything you love about a grilled meal without the grill. New Healthy Choice Mixed Grills. Tender chunks of grilled chicken with seared-in flavor, tangy barbecue dipping sauce, and crisp vegetables. A delicious way to eat healthy. Real food and plenty of it.
Just the way I like it. Grilled.
6 new mixed grills from Healthy Choice.
Was possibly the finest rock and roll show I have ever seen. I Smell World Tour!
Wow. You mean the whole world?
You're not, Gene. You're not, Paul. You guys aren't Kiss?
No. But we did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Stay smart. Stay at a Holiday Inn Express.
Things have gone from sublime to insecure for the Yankees in a short time. Joe Torre has taken out his 18-game winner, the veteran Mike Messina, and brought in Jeff Weaver. And it is apparent that Messina has left with some sort of an injury. We'll try and get a report from the Yankee clubhouse. So here is Weaver, whom they acquired from the Detroit Tigers during the season. Part of a 3-sided trade. Mel Stottlemyre and Lee Mazzilli. That's Steve Donahue, the Yankees assistant trainer, who followed Messina into the clubhouse after Messina left the dugout in the previous inning. So now Weaver is on the pitch. This guy was the ace right-handed for the Detroit Tigers, came to the Yankees and had immediate trouble in the big city getting people out. They finally put him to the bullpen, and he seemed to find himself in that role, Joe.
Well, I think that the Yankees still look at Jeff Weaver as a guy that's going to be leading their rotation one of these days. That's why they traded for him. Remember, you have Roger Clemens, Pettit, and some of these guys are not going to be around forever. So they're starting to revamp their starting rotation. Weaver didn't step right in and do what they thought he was going to do, but they still have a lot of confidence in him, and they think that he's going to be, one of their big starters in the next few years.
Tomorrow, David Wells will pitch in Game 4. The Reese's pitching summary, and for the 3rd game in a row, starting pitching a short-term kind of a job. Messina lasts 4 innings, 4 runs, 6 hits allowed, 70 pitches thrown. Ramon Ortiz lasted only 2 2/3 innings, 6 runs and 3 hits allowed, but 4 walks and a hit batsman and a wild pitch as well. And it's into the bullpens now. But again, Weaver did well in that role for the Yankees. And the last couple of months of the season, he pitched extremely well. So the Yankees, many's the time in these postseason games under Joe Torre that they have come from behind to win a game. But it's been the rare game where they gave up a lead. It's already happened once in this series. Wednesday night, they gave up a lead in the 8th and lost. Don't miss the extreme illusions of Chris Angel in an all-new original special, Mind Freak, premiering Sunday, October 20th, part of the 13 Nights of Halloween on ABC Family.
Well, Joe Torre finds himself in an unusual position, but, Joe Torre seems to be able to figure things out and make it work in the Yankees' favor, because he's normally used to his starter just going, late in the ball game. And when I talked to him today, he said, I need someone to go later into the ball game. 6th and 7th inning is what he was thinking about, I'm sure. But now he'll just go to plan B. And they always seem to have a plan B.
Darren Erstad will lead off. He is flied out to center, singled and scored a run. Erstad now 5 for 11 in this series. Tim Salmon will follow, and then Garrett Anderson. Jeff Weaver got into his first action in the game Wednesday night, pitched tonight, then he gave up a run and 3 hits. never done well against Weaver. That curveball pulled foul. Scrambled him in the Yankee dugout. Joe Torre actually came up. He's up on the top step of the dugout holding that baseball, looking for somebody to toss it to.
John will take it.
Here, Joe.
Well, he gave it to the right one, a little kid.
He was looking for somebody in pinstripes. And Mel Stottlemyre, he still moves pretty quickly. That's too low.
Well, they're all alert over there. They scattered very quickly.
He found an NY hat, and that's the guy who got the ball. I mean, Joe's a very good manager and very good at public relations. 2-2 the count. Sam, of course, when was that? 2-3 years ago in a playoff game, got hit with a line drive like that in the head. A horrifying incident. But it turned out that he was okay. And then Jeter brought him an Army helmet with the with the NY painted on it that he wore the next night. Mom doing a voicer to the home front about Junior getting a baseball from Joe Torre himself. 2-2 the count to Darren Erstad. That's Brian Cashman right next. Well, maybe that's the Cashman family. Brian Cashman, the Yankees general manager. Two balls, two strikes to Erstad. Jeter on the high hop. Erstad retired after a battle with Weaver.
And a good sinker there from Weaver, tailing away from Erstad.
Tim Salmon, he is flying out to left center. Had a big hit in the third inning. A two-run double. The Angels were trailing at the time 6-1. Slider, and it's 0-1. Salmon, who bounced back in a big way this year. He had the worst year of his career last year. This year hit .286, 22 homers, 37 doubles. To the count. Brian Cashman, he's on the phone, and apparently that's Gene Afterman, the assistant to the general manager of the Yankees, right next to him. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Where's George?
Maybe that's who he's talking to.
That was my next question. Who's on the other end of that call? And the slider, and down goes Salmon, out number 2.
Well, Jeff Weaver is very tough on the right-handed hitters. He drops down, he tails the sinker back in, and he has that big sweeping breaking ball as we see here. Breaking ball sweeps away from Salmon.
Salmon is gone. Now Garrett Anderson, who is hitless tonight, is struck out and grounded to second. Jeff Weaver, for the year, ended up 11-11 with a 3.52 ERA. With the Tigers and the Yankees, although with the Yankees, he ended up starting 8 and relieving in 7. He is 26 years old, out of Fresno State University. And he was born here in Southern California in Northridge. 1 ball, 1 strike. We were trying to calm things down. Joe Torre, when he talks about his pitching staff and especially his bullpen, he starts listing all of the relievers he's got in front of Mariano Rivera. So this is the deepest pitching staff he's had since he's managed the Yankees. Guys like Mike Stanton, who've been there so many times, Ramiro Mendoza, Steve Carsey, added this year, Duque. That backdoor curveball for a strike. 3-2.
Well, they try to stay away from Garrett in those fastball situations. I mean, they haven't started him out with a fastball this entire evening.
3-2. That one is hit deep down the right field line. If it's fair, it's gone, but it is a foul ball. Very clearly foul down the right field line. And Anderson draws the walk. That's the first walk allowed by Yankee pitching in this game. Here comes Troy Gloss, and they haven't really figured out how to keep him in the ballpark yet. Three home runs in 2 games at Yankee Stadium. Gloss is a guy who hit over 40 home runs each of the last 2 years. Only 3 hits in 23 career at-bats against Weaver. Two down, Anderson at first. Ventura hugging the line at third. Oh, man, there's that breaking ball, 0-1.
Well, as long as they're able to get the breaking ball towards the outside corner, right-handed hitters are always going to have a problem with Weaver. Anytime he has troubles when he hangs it on the inside part of the plate.
And that one down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. 6-4 Yankees, last of the 5th inning. Messina is out. Apparently departing with an injury. That one is foul.
Yeah, he got away with that one because he hung that breaking ball on the inside part of the plate. Watch where the target's outside. He's moving away. See, the target's outside. That ball hangs on the inside part of the plate. And Gloss hits it hard. He knows he had a pitch to hit, and he's upset with himself because he got out in front of it. You don't get a lot of pitches to hit from Weaver if you're right-handed because, again, you know, that ball breaks so sharply down and away from you.
1 ball, 2 strikes. He's seen 3 straight breaking balls here from Weaver. Now, time taken. That pitch does not count. And it was another breaking ball. Gloss with 3 homers in the series, starting in game 1 against the Rocket. And then later against Mendoza. And then in game 2, the game-winning home run, or at least the one that put them ahead of the 8th. Shallow left field. And getting there after a long run is Rivera. He was playing extremely deep. And the inning is over. 1 man left out to the 6th inning. Rivera, and then the top of the order, Jeter due up third. 6-4 Yankees.
Introducing the Cheese Extreme Quesadilla. See mozzarella, pepper jack, cheddar, and nacho cheese sauce form a taste to die for. Don't miss the new Cheese Extreme Quesadilla.
So good.
Makes you want to be bad?
Life.
Sub-Zero flavor inside, delicious cold minty shell outside. The gum that puts your breath on ice for a long time. Dentine Ice. Nothing's colder than ice.
I'm late. For a very important date. No time to say hello, goodbye. I'm late.
It must be awfully important, like a party or something.
If you're running late, don't worry. Our 100 years of magic celebration continues through February 28th, so you won't miss out on all the magic.
No time to say goodbye. Hello, I'm late.
Come be a part of our spectacular celebration. Make plans at DisneyWorld.com.
Many things make a dealership successful. Affordable prices, amazing selection, but the reason why Theodore Robbins Ford has been here for over 80 years, plain and simple, real customer service. Caring salespeople who are flexible and easy to talk to. At Theodore Robbins, folks have been buying their cars and trucks from us for generations. And to me, that says it all.
Theodore Robbins Ford, exceeding expectations for over 80 years.
Pac-10 heavyweights take center stage on Big Play Saturday. First up, two national powerhouses go head-to-head when the 18th-ranked Trojans march north to tackle the savage bite of the 17th-ranked Washington State Cougars. Then on the Movie Bowl, Danny Glover and Mel Gibson are at it again in Lethal Weapon 4. Big Play Saturday kicks off at USC versus Washington State, followed by Lethal Weapon 4. Saturday at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on TBS Superstation. Presented by T-Mobile and Discover Card.
John Miller and Joe Morgan with you. Game 3 of this American League Division Series. The Yankees and the Angels from Anaheim. The Yankees out front 6-4, but with a 3-run first and a 3-run third. At that time, they led 6-1. But the Angels got 2 in the third, and the Salmon double, and 1 in the fourth on a Kennedy homer to make it 6-4. Both teams into their bullpens. John Lackey, who has worked 2 1/3 innings in relief of Ortiz, including the last 2 without incident. Juan Rivera, the 9th place hitter, leads off against him, and then the top of the order to follow with Soriano and Jeter. Lackey trying to keep the Angels alive in this game. And although he's done a pretty good job the last couple innings, keep in mind when he first entered the game with men on base, he gave up consecutive RBI singles, 1 to Johnson and 1 to the man he's facing right now, Juan Rivera. So he allowed those 2 runs to be charged to Ortiz record. Foul ball back out of play. A ball and a strike to Rivera. I mean, this series has just been wild. The Yankees have scored 20 runs so far in the 2.5 games, and the Angels have scored 17 runs.
And that's not your typical line for 2 Yankee postseason games. They may score a lot of runs, but normally their pitching staff has been able to shut down the opposition, and that's why they've been so successful in the postseason.
So Jeter commented on that after those first 2 games, saying, hey, we're used to these games being 3-2, 2-1. 2-1 the count. That's a base hit. So Juan Rivera is 2 for 3. Rondell White, the veteran, not able to play. He's got a hamstring problem that he sustained in game 1 of the series. The view from up above here at Edison International Field, courtesy of the Goodyear blimp. Goodyear and its fleet of airships. Goodyear reminds you to take all of life's journeys on the wings of Goodyear. Now to the top of the order, and here is Alfonso Soriano. Think about the Yankees, their lineup. I mean, see, like they can check you out either way.
Right.
If in a pitching game, they get the bullpen to close you out. If you want to slug it out, well, they can slug it out with anybody.
They can manufacture runs. I mean, they have an excellent lineup.
They get 6 runs today and haven't even hit a home run.
And Lackey has to be very careful through this part of the lineup. Of course, Soriano with 39 home runs is capable of leaving the yard any time. But he has to be careful because not only can he hit for power, but there are 3 really good hitters following the leadoff single by Rivera.
I'm mean, I guess it figures if you talk about a potent lineup when the leadoff man has got 39 home runs.
Exactly. I mean, and hit 300. It's not just the 39 home runs. They hit well also.
Sean Weiss, the left-hander, and the young Rodriguez, the right-hander. Pitch out. Oh, man. Molina made the throw back to first, and Spezio had come rushing in with the show of the bunt, and he wasn't even on the bag.
Well, when Soriano squares around, you have to charge if you're the first baseman. But someone should have told him there was going to be a pitch out.
And Molina would have been better off just holding that ball.
I'm shocked at this, to be honest with you.
1-1.
If he is really trying to bunt.
Well, he squared around twice.
Yeah, it appears that that's what he's trying to do. But very rarely do you have a guy with 39 home runs and 100 RBIs bunting when you're already ahead 6-4. But it tells you how important Joe Torre thinks these next couple of innings is going to be.
Well, he did have one sacrifice bunt this year. And Lackey falls behind him 2-1. Derek Jeter on deck.
Well, he's definitely up there trying to bunt.
Well, I mean, the Yankee, you talked about it a couple of times now. They're looking at manufacturing a run here.
Well, and that's true, but I mean, I'm just surprised. And when you have a guy with 39 home runs, I'm surprised. If it was a tie ball game, I would not be surprised, but I'm just surprised that with a 2-run lead, you're not trying to put the game away.
All right, now with a 2-1 count, they might try something different, right?
Well, hey, I've already been surprised. Let me be surprised again.
How about a little hit and run action?
Well, I don't think you hit and run with a guy like Soriano because he does swing through some pitches. He does strike out.
He's not bunting now. The runner is going. Foul ball back out of play. 2-2. Now, I mean, Lackey is not a real strikeout type pitcher, ordinarily, right?
Right.
So there you were surprised again.
Yeah, that's what I said. Let me be surprised.
All right, now
I like that surprise better than I do the bunt.
All right.
I was talking to Soriano before the game, and I congratulated him on having such a fantastic season, and sorry that he didn't get 40-40, but I said now it gives you something to shoot for next year. If you get it all at once, there's nothing left.
2-2 the count. Just inside with that slider. 3-2. Look over at Willie Randolph, the third base coach.
Well, if he was running 2-1, you can almost bet he's going to run 3-2.
All right, no bunt though.
No bunt.
So the bunt, we can just that's over with. Jeter on deck. Rivera runs. The shortstop. No play at second. Eckstein throws out Soriano. So
they got the job accomplished. Got him to second base.
Moved him over. And Soriano, by the way, is 0 for 4 in this game now.
Well, he has been in a little slump. I mean, he's had the one big fly here in the postseason, but overall he has not hit as well as he did. He actually, I think he struggled a little bit down the stretch, and it was probably because he needed that one more home run, for 40-40, and he was probably trying to get it, and I think he owed it to himself to try to get it.
Now, Bobby Bonds was looked like he was a cinch to become the first 40-40 man, 1973. And he was stuck on 39 homers the last couple of weeks and never did get number 40. Same with Soriano. They are, however, I remember reading this note, they are the only 39 40 men in history. Just Barry Bonds and Alfonso Soriano.
Well, what about Vlad?
And he's now they're the only one besides Vlad.
Yeah, because he needed one more home run. Vladimir Guerrero in Montreal needed one more home run as well. He was a 39 home run over 40 steals guy. Didn't quite make it. But again, these guys are young, man. They still have plenty of time to do it. And remember, Jason Giambi said that he thought Soriano was going to be 50-50. And we all kind of opened our eyes pretty wide at that, but that's no longer out of the realm of possibility.
Derek Jeter, the hitter, with Giambi on deck. Jeter has a single that started a 3-run rally. He's grounded out to second and grounded out to short, 1 for 3. They have retired him as often tonight as they had in the first 2 games combined. 2-0 the count. By the way, we have received a report from the Yankee clubhouse. The word is that Mike Mussina, the Yankees starting pitcher, left the game because of tightness in his right groin. So that's the story. I mean, and they were, he didn't look as sharp as you're used to seeing him. 2-0 the count to Jeter, and 3-0. This is one pitch we saw earlier, and Mussina wincing afterward. So he departed after 4 innings. Jeff Weaver came out in the 5th. There's Weaver. And he calmed things down considerably. That's a strike to Jeter on the outside. 3-1. Let's take a look at that from K-Zone. Well, that's right where Jeter thought it was. And right where he thought that one was the other night, Wednesday night. 3-1 to Jeter. Base hit can mean a run for the Yankees. Giambi on deck. That will go back out of play. Full count. The Angel bullpen is busy. Get the lefty Giambi up next. And they've got the left-hander up in the bullpen. Edison Field filled up tonight. Game 3 of the best of 5. The winner will be up 2 games to 1. Angels have had to be playing catch-up tonight. Since the very beginning, the Yanks jumped out with 3 in the first. Strike 3 call.
Probably what happened here is every pitch was away, and then all of a sudden 3-2 he tailed one back inside. I'm not sure where it was, but he did tail it back inside. And you take a look, see, everything was away, and then he tails it back inside and he gets a call right on the inside corner, knee high. And that's because everything was away before that.
That's all for Lackey. Mike Scioscia immediately came out after the strikeout, and he has signaled for that man, Sean White, to face Giambi. We'll be back.
Hey, go ahead. You've always got time for a Reese's Fast Break. Creamy Reese's peanut butter, nougat, covered in milk chocolate. Get lost in a Reese's Fast Break.
Your mother said we would love this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is so sweet.
Wendy's 99-cent crispy chicken nuggets introduces Movie Mania.
Oh, it's so
Tender.
It's an emotional experience.
Now, with every order of delicious all-white meat nuggets, you'll win one of 50 million prizes or offers, including millions of free movie rentals at Blockbuster.
Where are you going?
We're at the Nuggets.
I'll just pause it till you get back.
The 99-cent chicken nuggets and Movie Mania at Wendy's. It's better here.
Get to the October Power Drive at your local GMC dealer for an extra $500 bonus cash on professional-grade trucks and SUVs. Every new Yukon, Envoy, and newly redesigned Sierra. The power of GMC can be yours with the power of these great offers. Get 0% APR or $1,500 cash back on every new GMC, plus an extra $500 October bonus cash. See dealer for details. Upgrade to professional grade during Power Drive. See the pros at your local GMC dealer before it all ends October 31st.
At least his feet are comfortable. Wolverine DuraShocks with new compressor technology. They don't quit.
Premium tires don't have to be expensive. Our 70,000-mile premium Futura touring tires aren't expensive. They start at just $35.99 each. $35.99 each is a great deal. Futuras are some of the best tires made. They just cost less. Pep Boys, we're car people.
Is razor burn ruining your morning?
The new Extreme 3 from Schick balances 3 blades on a central pivot for a close, comfortable shave. The Extreme 3. Get close, not burned.
John Lackey in long relief, 3 innings pitched. He departs, having not allowed a run to his record. And with the runner at second base, and he just struck out Derek Jeter looking. So now, Scott Schoenweis, who came on in game 1 in the 8th inning, rather than Troy Percival to face Giambi. Giambi got an infield hit to drive in the tying run of the game. Runner at second, that is Rivera. Off the outside, 1 ball to no strikes.
I think in most cases, if you're the manager, you would rather have a left-handed pitcher pitch to Jason Giambi than a right-hander. Even though that right-hander is Troy Percival, I still think that, you know, Giambi could see the ball better off of Percival than he can off of the left-hander.
That's a strike. 1-1. Well, if the other night, let's say he brought Percival in to face Giambi in the first game, Giambi got a hit against him, knocking the tying run. It's the 8th inning. We were talking about this the other day.
Yeah.
They bunched up against him on the right side again, and Kennedy throws out Giambi. Yankees do not score. Fulmer coming up, 6-4 New York.
Think this is your typical ATV? It's not. Say goodbye to bolt-on accessories and milk crates. A pin is all you need on Arctic Cat's new MRP. In the blink of an eye, set up an MRP to work Monday through Friday. Then go hunting on Saturday. And fishing or camping on Sunday. It's that easy. Mix and match. The combinations are endless. Arctic Cat. More ways to use your ATV.
Welcome to the annual ESPN the Magazine Sports Mascot Picnic. Every year, pro and college mascots come from all over the country to swap stories, compare dance steps, nice moves, Billy, and talk about how much they love ESPN the Magazine, and show off the free fleece pullover we give to every new ESPN the Magazine subscriber. You know, more mascots subscribe to ESPN the Magazine than any other sports magazine in the world. Hey, here's the college guys. Fellas, who's your ESPN the Magazine favorite? They're so into Dick Vitale.
Call now for ESPN the Magazine. Sports the way it ought to be. Bigger, bolder, with previews, predictions, inside information, and attitude you can only get from ESPN.
Every new subscriber gets this ESPN the Magazine fleece pullover absolutely free. These high-quality fleece pullovers are extra large and roomy. Fits all shapes and sizes, from devils to penguins. And the new charcoal gray color looks good on anyone, even if your skin tone skews slightly blue or orange.
Subscribe now. Get 26 issues, 1 year for just $1 an issue. That's 71% off the newsstand price.
Hey, if you're a sports mascot or simply a regular human who loves sports, pick up the phone and call for ESPN the Magazine and your free fleece pullover.
1-888-ESPN-MAG.
Beginning October 19th, ABC Family will haunt your house with creepy movies, Scariest Places Dares, and the all-new original special, Chris Angel Mind Freak. 13 Nights of Halloween begins October 19th on ABC Family.
The Yankees leading the Angels 6-4, last of the 6th inning, as we get an aerial view of the Magic Kingdom, Disneyland here in Anaheim. Tomorrow, the A's try and beat the Twins. The Twins must win or be eliminated. That's 1 Eastern time. Then the Braves and Giants Game 3 on FX. After the A's and Twins on ABC Family. That's at Pacific Bell Park. At the same time, the Yankees and Angels on the Fox Network at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific. And then the D-backs and the Cardinals. Joe and I will be in St. Louis. The D-backs must win or be eliminated. That will be on ABC Family, 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central. Tomorrow from Busch Stadium. The Angels down 6-4 as Brad Fulmer, who's hit a double and it's struck out, leads off. 0-1 the count to him. Scott Spezio and then Benji Molina will follow. Weaver in relief of Messina. And he quieted things down considerably in that 5th inning. He faced the big hitters, and although he gave up a 2-out walk to Anderson, that was it for the Angels.
Well, I
think the right-handers feel that Anderson, of course, is the biggest threat for them. As far as the Angels are concerned, with 2 down, they want to make sure that they do not give in to him. And a guy like Weaver knows if he doesn't get Anderson, he still has an advantage pitching to Troy Gloss, which is what he did. He was able to get Gloss out.
See, Weaver, in his American League days, primarily had some success with, well, they're all in the American League. Fulmer, for a while, began his career in the National League with Montreal. That is a base hit to left field. 2 for 3 for Brad Fulmer. First hit allowed by Weaver.
So this ball is up and in. You see the target's in, and he just kind of fights it off. He does jam him, which he was trying to accomplish, but he's so strong he's able to muscle it into the outfield. I think that's why a lot of pitchers do not like to pitch inside. They can jam some of these hitters, but the hitters are so strong now they can muscle the ball into the outfield if they make contact with it.
Scott Spezio has grounded out, knocking in a run, and he is fouled out to the right fielder. 1 ball to no strikes. Has a home run this year against Weaver. Off the outside. 2-0. Spezio with a look at third base coach Ron Renicky. Alfredo Griffin, the first base coach, over whispering into the ear of the runner. Fulmer now gets his lead with Giambi on the bag, holding against it.
Trying to run the ball down and away, so if he tries to pull it, he'll get the ground ball to second base. And he's trying to stay away from the inside part because he has the hole open on the right side. So that's why everything is sinking away from Spezio, trying to stay away.
That's a strike. 3-1.
Well, you see the hole over here because Soriano and Jeter have to shorten up for the double play. And so when Soriano shortens up and Jason Giambi's holding the runner, the big hole on the right side. Well, we'll see what Mike Socha thinks in this situation. No,
he's not running. And it's ball 4. 2 men on. Now the worst Spezio could have done to Weaver was tie the game.
Well, we'll see if the Yankees have a rotation play or a trick play that they might want to use in this situation.
So this is a bunt.
This is definitely a bunting situation.
Stottlemyre calling the bullpen. Molina 0 for 2 in this game. And he's a real double play threat if he swings away. He's a very slow runner. Stottlemyre is going to go out and talk to Weaver now. The Yankees bullpen will get busy with Mike Stanton, the veteran left-hander who has been so outstanding in these many trips to the postseason for the Yankees. It seems like all the top Yankee relievers have always elevated their game in the postseason. Stanton, Jeff Nelson when he was there, Ramiro Mendoza, and especially Mariano Rivera.
Well, John, I think the reason for that is they all knew exactly what their situation was. They knew what their jobs were going to be. They knew exactly when they were coming into the game. They knew exactly who they were going to face, and they were prepared when they got in there.
So the Yanks have talked it over. Meanwhile, while that conversation was happening at the mound, as Stanton continues to warm up, Molina went all the way over to the dugout to speak directly to his manager. Fulmer at second, Spezio at first. The Yankees looking for the bunt. Jeff Weaver on the mound. A standard bunt defense, Joe?
Yes. But when you have a 2-run lead, you have to make them earn their run. You do not want to help them out by making a mistake. You take the one because they still need a base hit to tie the ball game. A lot of pressure on the third baseman because he's got a charge if he squares around, and he also has to protect against the runner coming from second base.
That is a foul. Looked like it bounced off the plate or off the dirt near the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Molina had 6 sacrifice bunts executed successfully this year. Mike Scioscia was much more liable to use the bunt, the sacrifice bunt, as a weapon than was Joe Torre, for instance. And that will get it done. Giambi tags out. Molina, the runners have advanced. Homer to third, Spezio to second, and now a base hit to the outfield could tie this game.
Normally you like to make the third baseman field the bunt in this situation, but he made such a good bunt near the line that Jason Giambi had no chance to throw to third base. Good job, barrel out front, catches it, and it's near the line. If he bunts that ball in here someplace, Giambi would have a play at third base, but see, he bunts it right down the line, no play for Giambi.
Plus, Giambi can sometimes be very erratic with his throwing. Now the Yankees keep the infield back, so a ground ball toward one of the middle infielders who get a run home here. Adam Kennedy, who has singled and homered. 1 ball and no strikes. And he's had some success against Weaver. 5 for 11 against him.
But Kennedy's a good fastball hitter. Even though Weaver's fastball tails away from him, he handles the fastball very well.
Homer at third, Spezio at second. Spezio the possible tying run. Two and 0. They've got the right-handed hitter Eckstein up next. Stanton, Yankees' only left-hander in the bullpen, warming up.
Well, Eckstein is the Grand Slam specialist. You do not want him up there.
In 3 Grand Slams this year, amazingly. Going back into left field, Rivera. Tagging at third is Fulmer. Fulmer heads home. The throw goes all the way through. 6-5. The Angels have made it a 1-run game. Spezio hanging at second.
Even though he got the run home, that was a good pitch by Weaver because 2-0, he did not give in. He made a good pitch, and all Kennedy could do was go the other way. He did not give him anything that he could hurt him on. It's 2 balls and no strikes, but watch the ball tail away. It's off the plate, actually. There was nothing Kennedy could do but what he did. And he did get the 1-run home, but he still has a 1-run lead. When you get behind 2-0 and you're Jeff Weaver to a left-handed hitter, you're really in trouble because you do not have a pitch really to get him out with when you're behind an account.
Now Eckstein. High and tight with a curveball. Eckstein is 0 for 3 in the game. You see his numbers this year in these clutch at bats, about the same as he hit for the full season. That's Spezio, the possible tying run. The bunt by Molina enabled Kennedy to get Fulmer home with the fly ball. That'll take a base hit. He made him look bad on that one.
But Weaver is very difficult for right-handed hitters. The ball tails back in as fastball does. Then he has that big sweeping slider. Now watch this ball. It explodes on the inside corner.
And it might bring out Joe Torre. Erstad coming up. I mean, they wanted the inning to end right there, did the Yankees, with Eckstein. comes Torrey. And Stanton, the lefty, you would think is about to enter this game. Yep. 6-5. The Yankees lead by 1. They once led by 5. Erstad coming up. Stanton coming in.
ABC Sunday. Watch your back. It's a night of betrayal. First at 9/8 Central. She always knew her job could kill her. She never imagined the deadliest enemy, if she can help us, would be her mother.
This woman is not to be trusted.
Trust me. A new alias. Then at 10/9 Central. An innocent woman will go to jail unless this lawyer betrays his client.
I can't. You mean you won't? That must be very hard to live with.
A new practice following a new alias. 2 blockbuster dramas Sunday starting at 9/8 Central on ABC.
Was it July 4th, 1939, or September 6th, 1995? Was it this defining blast, or his dance of joy? Did you decide on perfection? Did you pick 61 or 62? Was it his catch, his first game, or April 8th, 1974? What is the most memorable moment? Watch Game 4 of the World Series to find out.
Fashion. Furnishings. Food. Fun. Day or night, the marketplace. We've got it all. I-5 at Jamboree.
Hungry for a legendary burrito? How about homemade salsa and whole chips? Maybe steak or chicken fajitas? Then you're hungry for Supermex. Since 1974, Supermex has been serving homemade, delicious Mexican food in comfortable, friendly surroundings. Relax on our patio. Enjoy our mouth-watering margaritas along with other bar specials. And experience the authentic flavors and outstanding values of Supermex. Lunch, dinner, or takeout. Bring the whole family. It's Supermex on the corner of Culver and Walnut in the Heritage Plaza, Irvine.
ABC Family's Major League Baseball Division Series. Brought to you by Verizon Wireless. We never stop working for you.
In Anaheim, the Yankees have seen their lead shrink from 5 runs to 1 run. We're in the last of the 6th. The runner at second, the runner at first. And the rally monkey here has made his first appearance on the big screen in right field. So Mike Stanton will try and eliminate the monkey effect. We got into game 2 in the 8th inning, working 2/3 of an inning. Stanton is making his 52nd postseason appearance. Got a 1.68 earned run average in all of his postseason experience put together. 35-year-old left-hander. He's on in relief of Jeff Weaver, who had a walk and then a hit batsman in this inning. Although it's not unusual for Eckstein to get hit. He got hit 27 times in the regular season, more than any other major leaguer. 2 men on, 2 men out. And a slider for ball 1 to Erstad, who is 1 for 3 in the game. Spezio, the possible tying run at second. There's Eckstein at first. Erstad 4 hits in 17 lifetime at-bats against Mike Stanton.
Well, Stanton will tell you how he wants to get jobs with these first 2 pitches. From a slider down the way. Now, if he comes with a fastball here, it tells you that he still wants to get you out with a slider. No, that tells you that, again, he still wants to get you out with a slider. Or he doesn't even try to make it 1-1 and go back to the slider. He goes right to it.
They got the right-handed hitter, Salmon, up next. And Ramiro Mendoza is up in the bullpen now. So he might be on just to face this one hitter.
Well, this is a big pitch right here. 2 balls, no strikes. There's that pretty good fastball hitter, especially low fastball hitter.
Williams over to left center. And just like that, the inning is over. Stanton gets the job done. The Angels leave 2. But now it is a one-run game as we head to the late innings. Bernie Williams coming up.
Share your day. Share your laughs. Share more time together with the whole family this fall with Verizon Wireless. Sign up now on the America's Choice National Family Share Plan and get unlimited nights and weekends to share on up to 4 separate lines. Hurry in and get extra anytime mobile-to-mobile minutes. And buy 1 Kyocera phone for $49.99 and get a second free. So now there's no limit to how much you can share with all your loved ones. Verizon Wireless. We never stop working for you.
You can hear me now. Good. Bend your knees. There you go. Excellent. Sway your hips. That was good. All right. Back in position. There you go. Active feet. Active feet. Like a ballet dancer. There you go. Good. That's a winner.
This darn thing.
This darn thing.
Yeah.
With a great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down. Make it a Bud Light.
Thing's got some zip on it.
Turning raw metal into pure gold isn't easy unless it's Chevy Truck Month with $500 bonus cash. Use bonus cash with 0% APR on any new 2003 Chevy truck in stock. Or add $500 bonus cash to increase cash back on 2003 Silverado, Avalanche, and Trailblazer. It's a new gold rush on dependable, long-lasting Chevy trucks. Stake your claim. $500 bonus cash ends October 31st at your local Chevy dealer.
Next time you're on the road and you need to fill your tank, here's something to consider. New Shell gasoline is specially formulated to help prevent deposit buildup in your engine, which helps keep it clean. And a clean engine performs better, which is why when they're looking for more from their gasoline, so many drivers choose Shell.
On an all-new beg, borrow, and deal, while Team Kobe tries to score in the Motor City.
All this for one task.
Team Contact makes a pit stop in Richmond.
We are definitely going to hit up NASCAR.
Beg, borrow, and deal, the new series from ESPN, Tuesday at 8.
Game 3 of the American League Division Series. The Yankees and Angels tied at a game apiece. The Yankees lead this game 6-5. Now, the 20-year-old Francisco Rodriguez comes in. Rodriguez, who until this series had a grand total of 5 games pitched in the major leagues, all in September. He was a September call-up, but he was pretty impressive. 5 2/3 innings pitched and 13 strikeouts in September. And he got into a game just this past Wednesday at Yankee Stadium. He did give up a home run to Alfonso Soriano. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bernie Williams, the hitter. But Rodriguez ended up pitching 2 innings with a strikeout and did give up those 2 runs on the Soriano home run, although Scioscia felt that it wasn't a bad pitch to Soriano. Soriano is just a great hitter. Bernie Williams has walked, doubled, and walked again. There's Soriano, who is 0 for 4 in this game. And that is strike 2. And Bernie Williams talks it over with Alfonso Marquez. Here's Soriano's home run. That put the Yankees ahead after they'd been trailing 4-0 in that game. Put them ahead 5-4. A lead that they could not hold. No lead has been safe in this series. That's a sharp breaking ball. 2-2.
John, no one should be surprised that the Angels have come back because, in the big series against Oakland, they had a 4-game series. They fell behind 4-0, 3-0 in every game, and they came back to win the last 3 of that series after falling behind in each one of the 3 games of the series. I mean, they're always able to come back. They never quit.
Oh, man. He strikes him out with that slider.
Well, you can see the target is inside. It breaks off the plate inside.
actually gets the inside corner, but that's a beautiful breaking ball right there. Bernie way out in front.
Now Robin Ventura, who's driven in 3 runs tonight. Fastball, a strike on the outside. Ventura, 2-run first inning double, the first 2 runs of the game. Scored right there. He has had a sacrifice fly and has popped out since then. Officially 1 for 2 in the game. 3 driven in. 6-5, the Yankees lead. Oh, there's that slider again.
They must not be able to pick up any rotation on it because both he and Williams were way out in front.
And another one. And another strikeout.
Well, this will get the crowd into it.
The young right-hander has just blown away 2 of the Yankees' best hitters.
And you can see that ball. I mean, they're not able to pick up the spin apparently because they're way out in front. See how far out in front Robin is. We saw the same thing from Bernie, so that means they're not seeing the spin on the ball. It looks like a fastball to them once it leaves his hand.
Now Posadas had a sacrifice fly and has grounded out twice, and the fastball misses off the outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Rodriguez from Caracas, Venezuela, tied an Angels club record in September when he struck out 8 straight batters over a period of 4 different games. Too low. And tied a record that had been set originally by Nolan Ryan, although he did it in 1 game.
This is a big pitch, 2-0. See if he wants to throw the fastball. We'll find out how good his fastball is as well.
Hit hard, but right to Kennedy. An 11-pitch inning, 3 up and 3 down. Now the big hitters coming up for the Angels. It will be Tim Salmon, Garrett Anderson, and Troy Gloss. And the Angels down by a run.
You're watching the MLB Divisional Playoffs on ABC Family.
When life throws you a tough pitch that tests your staying power, it never hurts to have a deodorant with a little extra muscle.
New Arm & Hammer Ultramax Wetness Protection plus the pure power of baking soda. Time release for long-lasting odor protection.
Extra muscle for the game of life.
The heat is on when mozzarella, pepper jack, cheddar, and nacho cheese sauce form a taste to die for. Don't miss the new Cheese Extreme Quesadilla.
4 cheeses. 4. You gotta be insane.
I have 3 boys. I've always tried to do what's best for them, for their health. And One A Day has helped. It still does. Especially now that I know 1 in 3 men face prostate problems.
Introducing One A Day Men's Health Formula, a new way to help beat those odds. It's a complete multivitamin with 21 nutrients, plus lycopene, which Harvard studies have linked to prostate health.
Sure, 1 in 3 men face prostate problems, but hopefully not one of my 3.
New One A Day Men's, the multivitamin with more for your health.
There are at least 100 things you'd rather do than deal with the stress of filling out an application and qualifying for a home loan. But if you want the benefits of refinancing, it seems you have no choice.
I can't make it tonight. I want to get this loan application finished.
At AmeriQuest Mortgage, we give you a choice and a much easier way to get a loan. You see, at AmeriQuest, you work with one local loan advisor, someone who takes the time to explain things and actually does the paperwork for you, someone who treats you like more than a credit score. Someone like me. With 2 decades of experience and over 200 branches nationwide, AmeriQuest knows how to offer you the no-stress home loan. The time is right, so call AmeriQuest now at 1-800-297-5052 or go to yourmore.com. That's 1-800-297-5052. Call AmeriQuest, the company that knows you are more.
6, the Angels 5, going to the last of the 7th inning here in Anaheim. A sellout crowd at Edison International Field. And And the view from high above from the Goodyear blimp Spirit of America. 2002 marks the 104th anniversary of Goodyear and the 77th anniversary for their blimp fleet. And we're very pleased to have them with us here tonight for Game 3 of this division series. The Yankees with 26 World Series championships. The Angels, who have never been to the World Series. Beginning October 19th here on ABC Family, it's 13 nights of creepy movies, scariest places on earth, dares, and the extreme illusions of Chris Angel, Mind Freak. 13 nights of Halloween beginning October 19th on ABC Family. I'm John Miller along with Joe Morgan and the New York Yankees, who have had such an amazing string of success. And Joe, we've seen the Yankees have leads start to slip away in postseason games, but when it gets to the one run and to the last 3 innings or so, we've seen where it's almost impossible to get that last run against the Yankee bullpen.
Well, their bullpen has always been very strong down the stretch, especially. But you have to remember, these Angels have done this time and time again this year. They come from behind. They come from behind, big deficits from behind and won ball games. And everything is in their favor now. They've gotten the crowd back into the game, and they have the middle of their lineup up again. The one thing the Angels have in their lineup, they start with a right-hander, go left-hander, right-hander, left-hander, right-hander. So you cannot really stack your bullpen to handle both sides of the plate. For instance, we have Stanton here. He's going to have to pitch to Salmon, a right-hander, and 2 right-handers out of the 3, with only Anderson being left-handed between them. So we'll see how that works.
Stanton is the Yankees' only left-hander in the bullpen. So here is Salmon, 1 for 3, a 2-run double. His 1 hit back in the 3rd inning, and he takes a strike. Now, when Stanton came in and faced Erstad, Mendoza was up in the bullpen. There were 2 men out at that time. But he got out of the jam on the fly ball by Erstad, and there's nobody warming up out there right now. Slider in the dirt. One ball, one strike.
What I see here is I think Joe Torre wants Stanton to go through this inning, and then maybe he'll bring in Mendoza for the 8th and hopefully get to Mariano Rivera with a lead in the 9th.
Or Carsey.
Yeah, I think, he may bring Carsey in instead of Mendoza, but Mendoza was up throwing.
And there have been many postseason games when Joe Torre would have somebody get through the 7th and Rivera would come on in the 8th, but not now, not according to Torre. Mariano Rivera has had 2 different trips to the disabled list this year, and he wants only to use him in 9th innings only. You see the Yankee bullpen. Weaver's been used. Duque is still out there. Carsey. Of course, Mariano Rivera, the closer, and Ramiro Mendoza.
Well, he said he wouldn't use Hernandez tonight either because he pitched 4 innings 2 days ago.
That's fouled into the seats off to the right. Still 1-2 to Salmon. Mendoza out on the bullpen. He was warming up in the 6th inning. But Mike Stanton, I mean, it's always Rivera at the end of these postseason games. But often getting them to Mariano Rivera has been the likes of Mike Stanton.
And I think this is what makes baseball fun. I mean, we're sitting here thinking, and the people at home can sit and think along with Joe Torre.
Right back to the screen.
And try to figure out how he plans on getting these last 9 outs.
Well, we asked Torre tonight before the game. I mean, is that actually true? You will not use Rivera before the 9th inning? He says, well, I intend not to use him until the 9th inning.
Well, I mean, he has been the greatest security blanket in the history of the game. So, I mean, that is Joe Torre's security blanket and the Yankees' security blanket in the past few years.
Big rip on that fastball. Right back to the screen, 1-2. He said Rivera's told him that he could come in before the 9th inning, that he's fine to do that. But he wants not to do it, but he did leave the door open, saying if there's a certain spot, I can't promise that I won't ever bring him into the 8th. He has had the greatest success of any pitcher, reliever or otherwise, in the history of postseason play. That slider on the hands, grounded foul. And he has been used more than one inning over and over again since he became the closer in 1997. I mean, 76% of his postseason saves, he has pitched more than one inning.
But he saved him because in the regular season he tries not to do it, which makes a lot of sense.
1-2. Struck him out with a slider.
Stanton is equipped to get right-handers out as well as left-handers, especially if he can get ahead in the count, because he can usually get them to chase something off the plate, as he does here with Salmon. I think that's a changeup, John. Actually, it is. It goes the other way.
You can see that. The rotation. One out, not Garrett Anderson. And Anderson, a left-handed hitter, but he's had some success against Stanton. Anderson has always hit lefties well. That's a strike. But he may be among your power hitters, the guys who drive in runs. He may have better success against lefties. He's had better success against lefties than a lot of right-handers have had. 375 career average against Stanton. That is past Giambi down the right field line. Mondesi with a great arm. He retrieves it, but Anderson eases into second with a double.
And they've tried to stay away from Anderson with the fastball early. He threw him a slider away, and then he tried to trick him and come inside. See, Posada sets up inside, and he hits the target, and Anderson sends a bullet inside the bag. And you can see Jason Giambi was not guarding the line there. He wasn't right on the line, as you see a lot of times in the late innings with a one-run lead. But the Yankees chose not to play it that way.
Well, now you hear the fans booing because Troy Gloss, who's had 3 homers in this series, is being walked intentionally. Ball one outside.
Well, it's pretty interesting. Up until a few years ago, you would never see a manager do this, and that is, you know, put the go-ahead run on base. You wouldn't see this happen, but it's, you know, when they use the old book, as they say, they've thrown that book away because managers decide now I have to get the right matchups in these key situations.
Well, Fulmer is leaving the on-deck circle, and Sean Wooten, a right-handed hitter, has come out. And the Yankee bullpen springs into action again. There's ball 4. I mean, Gloss has been so hot in this series, 3 home runs already. And in big spots in games. There's Mendoza back up in the pen. So they dispatch him. Now Sean Wooten, a right-handed hitter, is going to come up to pinch hit for Fulmer. Fulmer was only 1 for 9 lifetime against Mike Stanton.
John, when you go into every series, you always say, I'm not going to let certain people beat me. And I'm sure that Joe Torre decided that, especially after the first couple of games, he wasn't going to let Gloss beat him. And so he puts him on first base.
Wooten has never faced Stanton in a regular season game. He's had 3 hits and 4 at-bats in this series. Base hit could tie the game in the 7th inning. 1 out. And there's that changeup again.
Smart pitch. Guy coming off the bench is looking dead red, trying to make contact. So he throws him a changeup. Now they're saying there was no pitch, I think.
Third base umpire, Laz Diaz, signaling from third base. Timeout was granted before that pitch was thrown, apparently.
Well, you can see clearly, if you can read lips at all, he was saying no pitch.
Well, apparently apparently, while we were focused on the batter and the pitcher, a beach ball bounced on the field, and the umpire who spotted it called timeout. So the pitch did not count. So that beautiful changeup doesn't exist.
Well, he got a free look at it.
Slider misses. 1 ball and no strikes.
But it was still a great pitch because the hitter coming off the bench looking dead red, trying to get something he can drive, and he threw him a changeup. He was way out front.
Garrett Anderson at second, the possible tying run. That slider bounced foul. 1 ball, 1 strike.
He will see that changeup again. There's no doubt in my mind because he was so far out in front of it, he will see it again. There's a little cut fastball down and in.
Changeup. Changeup. What changeup?
Well, he's going to throw him one, but he's probably going to try to wait until he gets 2 strikes.
Check the record. There was no changeup. Doesn't exist.
Oh.
You mean that unofficial changeup? Well, I think he threw it right there. 2-1.
And there it is again. But this time he didn't start it in the strike zone, so Wooten didn't chase it.
Now the count in Wooten's favor. 2 balls and a strike.
Tough to throw the changeup here because then you go 3-1. You do not want to walk it. More of a slider or fastball count. Yeah.
A fastball, and he was late on it. 2-2. I think that was the first fastball he saw.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to throw him a changeup. A changeup's a tough pitch to throw 2-1 with runners at first and second. You can see they wanted it inside. He got it over the plate, and that was probably good. He hadn't seen another fastball because that one was in the middle of the plate. Now he can throw him anything he wants.
Scott Spezio, a switch hitter, is on deck. Anderson at second, Gloss at first. Another fastball. Well, you know, I like that. I mean, he was way late in the first one.
Well, it also accomplishes 2 things. He knows that Wooten chased the changeup off the plate. Wooten knows that. So he knows that he has it out there anytime he wants it. So what do? You try to go up and in again. He's still not getting that ball in. He got it up, but he did not get it in.
Both of those fastballs have been right over the heart of the plate.
Yeah, but he had threw 2 fastballs like that you're late on. You try to hurry up. That sets you up for the changeup.
And the changeup popped up. The infield fly rule in effect as Soriano goes back.
If he throws you 2 fastballs as he did, and you're late on him, you can't hit the changeup because you're going to try to set yourself up to catch up with the fastball, and you can't hit that changeup. There's the slider down and in. Another one. That was more of a cut fastball. Changeup low. Fastball that he's late on, and this one he tried to get up and in, see where he wanted, but he fouls it back. Now he's in trouble because now the changeup, you can't hit it. And he also threw it for a strike. If a guy throws you 2 fastballs, you're late on it, you start in your own mind, you say, well, I got to start a little soon, I got to catch up with the fastball. And as soon as you do that, the changeup kills you.
Now Scott Spezio, who has been real tough in the clutch, but he has never had a hit against Mike Stanton. 0 for 12 against him lifetime. Angels need that big hit against Stanton. Stanton, who has so rarely given up a big hit in the late innings of postseason play as a Yankee. Garrett Anderson, who hit a 1-out double at second, ready to go in anything. Lost at first. There's that slider. Called a strike, and it's 0-1.
For a guy like Stanton, it's so important to get ahead of the hitter because it allows him to use all of his pitches, and he can keep the hitter from sitting on a pitch.
1 strike to count. Molina would be next. 2 on, 2 out. came up with Atlanta. And he was a flamethrower. He's one of those 97-mile-an-hour guys.
Well, he still throws very hard. I mean, the ball, he has a live fastball. The ball has a lot of movement on it. And he also has perfected the changeup and the cut fastball or the slider. And every once in a while, he'll throw a split.
A ball and a strike. Changeup too low. Scioscia's team has come from a 6-1 deficit. Joe Torre checks the lineup card. Who's available on the bench? Ramiro Mendoza, the right-hander, up in the bullpen. The Angels still down by a run. And the changeup.
Beautiful pitch. So you can throw him anything you want now because there's 2 outs. You couldn't throw him. I didn't think you could throw him a changeup 2-1 with 1 out and fall behind and where the Angel could even put runners in play. But now 2-1 with two outs, you can throw him anything because he's the only guy that matters.
Spezio 0 for 2 with a walk tonight and an RBI. 3 for 10 in the series. He's had 4 RBIs, and that's the RBI he cares about right now. Garrett Anderson, the possible tying run, a base hit away.
But this is the pitch that he wants to make it happen on. You don't want to go 3-2 and put the runners in motion.
And he threw him a curveball.
He hadn't thrown one. Well, he was trying to throw him something he had not thrown. You know, you got to remember Spezio was sitting on deck watching him pitch to Wooten. He saw changeups, he saw sliders, he saw splitters. So he wanted to show him something to get him out with that he had not seen before. And so that was the curveball. But now the base with the runners in motion, you know, a gapper, the guy from first base can score easily. And you normally like to make it happen 2-2 so you'd have a force out at second base.
He has thrown 25 pitches in this inning, a high-stress inning for Stanton. 2 on, 2 out. Anderson and Gloss, the runners. There they go. Into shallow center. And in there. Base hit. It's a tie game.
Difference a few innings make. The fans are now excited.
It's the first time that Spezio has ever had a hit against Stanton, and what a time to get it.
Well, he hits it off the end of the bat. Soriano got back there, but he's off balance and he can't time his leap right. And Stanton is upset because he made a good pitch. Spezio hit it off the end of the bat, but it found the hole.
Well, Soriano almost made the play of the night. And so the Angels have come all the way back from a 5-run deficit. They have tied the game. And they have come from behind in the late innings twice in 2 games against the Yankees. Spezio's 5th RBI of this series, his 2nd tonight. Now Benji Molina tries to knock in the go-ahead run. Spezio back to the bag. Stottlemyre has paid a visit to the mound to visit with Stanton. I mean, Stanton has thrown 26 pitches in this inning. Anderson got it started with a double. Mendoza still up in the bullpen. That one hit pretty well. Bernie Williams gets back there, though, and the inning is over. So we have played 7 innings. The Yankees have seen a 5-run lead evaporate. Now to the 8th inning. Mondesi coming up, and we start over again.
Turning raw metal into pure gold isn't easy, unless it's Chevy Truck Month with $500 bonus cash. Use bonus cash with 0% APR on any new 2003 Chevy truck in stock. Or add $500 bonus cash to increase cash back on 2003 Silverado, Avalanche, and Trailblazer. It's a new gold rush on dependable, long-lasting Chevy trucks. Stake your claim. $500 bonus cash ends October 31st at your local Chevy dealer.
Arctic chill. An even colder Dentine ice gum. Cool breath. Fresh breath like never before. Dentine Ice Arctic Chill. Ice at its coldest.
The Tuxedo is entertaining and fun.
I am very popular.
Fast, witty, and imaginative. It's one enjoyable blast. Jackie Chan, Jennifer Love Hewitt. The Tuxedo. Rated PG-13. Now playing everywhere.
Have you thought about changing your long-distance company?
I'm always calling my family back home, so I switched to AT&T for their new unlimited plan.
All the stuff you read, you want a company you can still trust.
And look, AT&T's always been there, always reliable.
I decided to switch back to AT&T, and they were really good about finding the right plan for me.
They even switched me for free.
Call 1-800-PICK-ATT today and switch to AT&T. Whether you want a low rate per minute, no monthly fee, or the freedom of unlimited long distance, AT&T has exactly what you need. Even great local service.
AT&T also gave me an international plan and hassle-free internet access. Hey, I'm there.
There's absolutely no risk. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll switch you back for free.
That's why I switched back.
There's never been a better time to sign up for AT&T, because what you want is right here, right now. So call 1-800-PICK-ATT today.
Change my long-distance company. Nah, not now. Not ever. I've got AT&T.
Now to the 8th inning, and the Angels are back tied with the Yankees. It is 6-6 going to the 8th in Anaheim. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts or descriptions of this game, such as they are, may not be disseminated without express written consent. What is the most memorable moment for you in Major League Baseball history? Be sure and catch Game 4 of the World Series to find out what the vote across the nation and around the world has decided. The most memorable moment in the history of Major League Baseball. The fans speak. Don't miss it. Game 4 of the World Series. And now Francisco Rodriguez, who became the second youngest pitcher ever to win a postseason game when he got the win in Wednesday's game. Although, as they say in baseball, Joe, he kind of vultured that win. Gave up a lead on the 2-run homer he allowed to Alfonso Soriano. 20 years old. And there's Troy Percival doing some stretching out in the bullpen. That big breaking ball had Mondesi headed for the Angels dugout as it snapped back in over the plate.
Well, you have to give the entire Angel bullpen credit. I mean, they've held them down. This is the starting of the 5th inning. They've shut the Yankees out and shut them out since the 3rd inning.
Ramon Ortiz lasted only 2 2/3 and charged with 6 runs. 2 scored after he departed on hits allowed by John Lackey. Lackey ended up going 3 innings, no runs after that. A third of an inning for Schoenweiss. That ball is hit down the left field line, but fouled by Mondesi. 1-2. Bullpen has gone 4 1/3 innings, but again, no runs charged to the bullpen, but they did allow 2 runs.
Score.
Yeah. They were charged to the starter.
But from
Ortiz
the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th inning, they've been able to shut the Yankees down.
Meanwhile, the Yankee bullpen, 3 innings pitched and 2 runs allowed. That's not usually the way it works in these postseason games. That ball is hit high in the air, deep to left field. Garrett Anderson all the way back. He's under it, and he's got it. And maybe at the big ballpark in the Bronx, Mondesi would be circling the bases with a homer.
I don't think there's any doubt. That's a home run in Yankee Stadium. Yeah, I'm
Garrett Anderson was able to go back and get it. That breaking ball into the middle of the plate, Mondesi just barely out in front of it. That's why he didn't get enough of it to get it out of here. And Anderson back for the catch. That was in the middle of the plate.
Now Nick Johnson.
So you see, contrary to what people believe, every mistake is not hit out of the ballpark.
So he got away with one there.
Yeah, well, and it happens a lot of times during the game. The pitchers will make pitches that they wish they could have back, but they do not hit them out of the ballpark all the time.
Well, that's exactly why it was so astounding. 2 nights in a row in the World Series last year. Right. Young Kim gives up 2-run homers in the bottom of the ninth with 2 outs 2 nights in a row. In fact, don't tell me about guys sometimes get away with mistakes. Yeah. Tell Kim.
Well, Kim thinks that he doesn't get away with mistakes, but clearly, you know, over the course of a game, pitchers do make mistakes and they stay in the ballpark.
1-2 to Nick Johnson, and he is gone.
He's got this big breaking ball, and I mean, no one seems to be able to pick up the spin. I mean, when he gets the ball down, they don't touch it. We saw Mondesi hit one, but that was pretty much a hanger in the middle of the plate. But every time he's gotten the pitch down, he's gotten a strikeout. He struck out 3 out of the 5 hitters he's faced.
Yankees with 2 rookies in their lineup tonight. Nick Johnson, the one, has just struck out. Now Juan Rivera, who's had 2 hits tonight. In fact, he drove in the Yankees' 6th run with a single in the 3rd inning. They have not scored since. 6-6, first half of the 8th, 2 down and nobody on. Francisco Rodriguez. Oh, man. Some cheese.
You know what he's got, John? He stands out there, and he's full of confidence. When they look at him, I mean, he's young. He doesn't know any better, as they say, and he just turns it loose.
Now the Angels' veteran closer, Troy Percival, up in the bullpen.
And that's a confident 20-year-old guy right there. He says, I can bring it, and I do not mind throwing hard and letting it go.
Wow. I mean, he just poured it right by Rivera.
If you feel like you can throw it by him, I mean, your confidence you just gain all the confidence in the world.
He has retired 5 in a row in the late innings against the New York Yankees. 3 of them he has struck out. And he's got 2 strikes with 2 down in the 8th inning on Juan Rivera. Alfonso Soriano would be next. There's that slider. 1-2.
The arm motion on his fastball and his slider are so similar. That's why they're having trouble picking up the breaking ball. I mean, he really gives you a great arm speed with that slider.
The slider got him. 6 in a row in the 7th and 8th innings. And 4 on strikeouts for the 20-year-old Rodriguez. Now to the last of the 8th inning. Adam Kennedy, who has a home run tonight already. He'll lead off. Then Eckstein and Erstad. 6-6.
Could you spend the night on the world's largest ghost ship? Enter ABC Family's 13 Nights of Halloween sweepstakes. You could win a VIP weekend on board the Queen Mary and a digital video camera kit. You might even catch a ghost of your own.
Enter to win for your 13 Nights of Halloween getaway exclusively at Laguna Hills Mall through October 13th.
Smart Fact from PetSmart. Pets love our stores as much as people do. For food and supplies, training and grooming, plus our low price guarantee, come in today. For a store near you, visit PetSmart.com.
Your mother said we would love this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is so
Sweet. Wendy's 99-cent crispy chicken nuggets introduces Movie Mania.
Oh, it's so
Tender.
It's an emotional experience.
Now, with every order of delicious all-white meat nuggets, you'll win one of 50 million prizes or offers, including millions of free movie rentals at Blockbuster.
Where are you going?
We're out of nuggets.
I'll just pause it till you get back.
The 99-cent chicken nuggets and Movie Mania at Wendy's. It's better here.
The Anaheim Angels in a 6-6 tie with the New York Yankees. Last of the 8th. Rodriguez with 4 strikeouts, starting with Bernie Williams in the 7th.
And they're all pretty much the same pitch. That's why I say they can't find the spin on that breaking ball because they just chase it. I mean, look at that.
But Black on a microphone.
Buen trabajo. Buen trabajo. That's it. Another way of throwing. That's it. Good composure. I love it. It's great. Nice go.
Well, he said good work. I can understand that much Spanish. Bien trabajo. That's good work.
I didn't know you were such a bilingual.
Oh yes.
I thought you were just an English-speaking analyst.
I'm one of those guys that choose to understand when I want. You know, that's what it is.
All right.
I used to ignore David Concepcion a lot, but I understood what he was saying.
Well, let me just say this, Joe. Bien trabajo.
Okay.
Yeah. Here's Adam Kennedy. And Mike Stanton is still out there.
Well, I think Stanton's there because of Kennedy. Kennedy has swung the bat well, and I think he's Stanton's guy. He's a left-handed hitter, and he wants Stanton. They may bring Carsey in after this, but they definitely wanted Stanton to face Kennedy here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Kennedy's been a big man tonight in this comeback for the Angels. Curveball, that's a strike. Kennedy singled leading off the 3rd, stole a base and scored a run. He homered in the 4th and hit a sacrifice fly in the 6th, so he's had a hand in 3 of the Angels' 6 runs. See, Stanton has thrown 32 pitches, and he is the only left-hander available to Joe Torre.
Not just today, but tomorrow as well.
Yeah. And if there's a game 5 then also.
Well, not just the fact that he's throwing so many pitches today, there's no way he could pitch tomorrow. Well, I shouldn't say that, because it could be do or die. You pitch everyone.
Joe Torre. And it so often in October baseball, last year even into November, the difference between the Yankees and other teams was the bullpen.
Exactly.
And Stanton has been so reliable. And one of the best ever coming out of the bullpen in October, overshadowed by his teammate Rivera. Along the right field line, racing in Mondesi. Can't handle it. Kennedy to second, and he'll pull up there. He got his glove on it, but could not put the squeeze on it.
Talking about Stanton giving up a run. I mean, he's had some bad breaks here because the first ball that Garrett Anderson hit for a double could have possibly been played. Then there was a little flare out in the short center that Soriano couldn't catch up with. And it's interesting there that Mondesi tried to catch this ball with 2 hands. That shortens your reach. I guess he was off balance because he stuck both hands out there. He must have been off balance. He could not get his footwork together to reach out in front of him with the one-handed catch.
So that's puzzling. But I mean, that's your explanation for it. Eckstein, 14 sacrifice bunts during the season. He's an excellent bunter. That gets it done. Ventura throws him out. Soriano covering. Percival beating up in the bullpen. And the Angels have 2 outs to try and get Kennedy home with the lead run. So now the infield comes in. You've got the lefty, Erstad. 1 for 4 in the game. Erstad hit a fly ball to left center against Stanton. And Stanton entered the game back in the 6th inning.
Well, this is the second time that he's seen Stanton. And normally you only see Stanton one time, at bat throughout the game.
Kennedy, the possible go-ahead run at third base. Erstad trying to get him home. The infield has drawn in to try and keep that from happening. The curveball and a mighty cut, but a miss.
Well, remember, Mike Scioscia likes to use the squeeze. I don't think he'll do it with Erstad, but he does like the squeeze in late innings. And this is a beautiful pitch. This is the curveball that he tried to throw to Spezio when he was trying to finish off the inning in the 7th inning, and he wasn't able to get it over the plate.
Did that surprise you that he swung at a first pitch curveball?
No. I think you go up there. He went up there to hit the ball hard someplace. He thought he could hit it, but it was a good pitch from Stanton. You have the infield in. If you can hit the ball hard, they're not going to be able to have much range and move around to grab it.
1 ball, 1 strike. Trying to get him to hit the ball on the ground.
Yeah, but I think the problem here is I think you just have to go after Erstad and not try to get him to hit the ball on the ground. You can strike him out up with fastballs up and out over the plate. So I think you have to try to get to that point. Try to get 2 strikes on him and then try to strike him out with a fastball up and away. Because just getting him to hit it on the ground is not necessarily going to save you because, again, the infield is in and they do not have any range.
A foul on the fastball into the seats.
And if you can throw the fastball, that same fastball up and out over the plate, up and away from him a little bit, you can get the strikeout. The target's down. You see he gets the ball away, but if you get that ball up a little bit, you can strike him out.
Well, a strikeout would be the ideal scenario for the Yankees.
That's what he has to go for. Again, if you let him hit the ball, you let him put the ball in play, you don't know, you're not sure of what could happen here with the infield in.
Garcia up in the bullpen. Curveball, base hit! And the Angels go ahead. Erstad to second, and he'll pull up there. The second game in a row, the Angels come from behind in the late innings against the vaunted Yankee bullpen. That's all for Stanton. Perhaps a tale of a couple of curveballs. This one just hit for the double, and another one he threw to Spezio back in the 7th.
Well, this one was inside. Watch where this pitch is. He's trying to get it down and away as he did the first one. Look at that. Breaks right to the middle of the plate. I mean, and down and over the plate is where Erstad can hammer it. This breaking ball is not away. It's right in the middle of the plate, and he just hammers it to right field. Good hitting there by Erstad. You have to give him credit. With 2 strikes, he handled the pitch that Stanton thought he could get him out with.
Percival heating up in the bullpen. Salmon coming up. Carsey coming in.
You can't sleep, your heart races, and you struggle with mood swings. Your doctor says that your health is fine, but you may be suffering from hormonal imbalance. It's time for you to look into natural hormone replacement therapy. Costa Mesa Pharmacy is offering a free information packet to educate you on the benefits of natural hormone replacement therapy. Call Costa Mesa Pharmacy at 1-800-564-1565. Working with you and your physician, Costa Mesa Pharmacy can help you feel like yourself again.
What's Tom doing?
Hey, Mark. He's working. Ever since we had the house wired with Cox Digital Services, he doesn't like to stray far from home.
I thought Tom was a marine biologist.
He is.
Share your day. Share your laughs. Share more time together with the whole family this fall with Verizon Wireless. Sign up now on the America's Choice National Family Share Plan and get unlimited nights and weekends to share on up to 4 separate lines. Hurry in and get extra anytime mobile-to-mobile minutes. And buy one Kia Ceira phone for $49.99 and get a second free. So now there's no limit to how much you can share with all your loved ones. Verizon Wireless, we never stop working for you.
Can you hear me now? Good.
Mike Stanton. And not this time. For the veteran lefty, after so much success in these biggest games. They gave up the run in the 7th that tied the game. And now the run in the 8th. And the Yankees are suddenly, shockingly, trailing after once leading 6-1. There's Steve Carsey, the big right-hander, acquired to solidify their bullpen, who became a closer at various times when Rivera was on the disabled list. But now he's just trying to save the deficit.
Yeah. Well, 2 things happened there. It was the second time around for Erstad to see Stanton, and I think that made a little difference. But we'll look at the pitch sequence when we get a chance.
Here's Tim Salmon. Curveball, a high drive deep down the left field line. That one is way back there into the corner. That ball is gone! A home run! 9-6 Angels.
It's hard for me not to think, John, that this is kind of what the Yankees have done to people. I mean, they'd have a lead in Yankee Stadium, and they never could hold it. The Yankees would come back, catch you, and pass you.
Garrett Anderson, Soriano, and at long last, out number 2.
But, I mean, you say, well, we're only 1 run down when you're playing the Yankees in Yankee Stadium. The next thing you know, somebody hits a home run, as Bernie Williams did the other day, and now you're 3 runs down. And that's what happens here.
This one a soaring, majestic shot right down the line by Salmon. And just inside the foul pole, and Edison Field began to rock.
Mike Scioscia coming out to get a good look at it.
Troy Gloss backs away from a fastball. The Angels in this series have scored 22 runs now against the Yankees. The whole roster was willing that one to stay fair.
Now, you know, everyone knew coming into this series that the Yankees starting pitchers were not as strong as they had been in the past. Some had been injured and other reasons. But you also knew the Yankees could score a lot of runs.
Loss drills one foul.
So you always figured, well, if the Yankees can score a lot of runs, their pitching staff, their starting pitchers will be hold it long enough for the bullpen to win it. And that's been the formula for the Yankees. But guess what? The starting pitching has not been able to give Joe Torre what it's given him in the past.
Yeah, it's always the beleaguered bullpen,
right,
that starts to crumble.
Thank you. Wish I'd have said that.
Well, you did say it.
No, I can't take credit for that.
Mondesi, and the inning is over. Gloss retired. But the Anaheim Angels with 3 runs, and Tim Salmon, who've been with the Angels longer than any other current player since 1992. He gets the big 2-run homer to give Percival a 3-run cushion. Percival on his way in through the left field gate. Salmon with the big fly, and the Angels lead by 3 going to the 9th. But the Yankees with Soriano, Jeter, and Giambi still to come.
Tonight you become a man.
They're young. Well, fathers, we're nothing but errand boys. They're hungry.
Who has the money?
And they've
got something to prove.
Just tell me where I can find a little trouble in this town.
Yeah, he'll do. They're the new mob generation.
Consider yourself a tough guy.
Barry Pepper, Vin Diesel, Seth Green, with Dennis Hopper and John Malkovich.
Showtime.
Knockaround Guys. Rated R. Starts Friday, October 11th.
Get to the October Power Drive at your local GMC dealer for an extra $500 bonus cash on professional-grade trucks and SUVs. Every new Yukon, Envoy, and newly redesigned Sierra. The power of GMC can be yours with the power of these great offers. Get 0% APR or $1,500 cash back on every new GMC, plus an extra $500 October bonus cash. See dealer for details. Upgrade to professional grade during Power Drive. See the pros at your local GMC dealer before it all ends October 31st.
Triskaidekaphobia, the fear of the number 13. Nyctophobia, the fear of night. Samhainophobia, the fear of Halloween. It all adds up to the scariest event on television. 13 Nights of Halloween with creepy movies. All new episodes of Scariest Places. And the extreme illusions of Chris Angel in Mind Freak. 13 Nights of Halloween begins October 19th on ABC Family.
Stunningly, the New York Yankees, after jumping out to a big early lead, 6-1, have been shut down, throttled by the Angels bullpen. And it is the Yankees bullpen, after another early exit by a starter, this time Mike Messina, Clemens, Pettit, Messina in succession, have all had early exits. And the Yankee bullpen could not hold on this time.
And, John, you can't get a big lead in these division series and hold on. You got to add on some runs. You've got to do that. The Yankees have only had one base hit since the third inning, and that was by Rivera. One base hit since the third inning.
And, in fact, the entire lineup has been retired in succession since then. Alex Ochoa in right field as Troy Percival comes on to face Soriano. 1 ball and no strikes. Soriano is 0 for 4. Jeter on deck. And then Giambi. The Yankees need to get a couple of men on base. And remember, they're one of the most explosive lineups in the game. Giambi due third. Fastball a strike. Percival has been with the Angels, breaking into the big leagues in 1995. 98 miles an hour, and right by him. Percival's first year was a year of a terrible Angels slump at the end of the year. They lost a big lead in the division, and then lost a playoff to the Mariners. Too high. And I mention that only because that's where Percival entered the stage, and it was one in a long litany of such failures by the Angels at the end of seasons. 2-2 the count. But this year the Angels won 99 games, more than any other Angels team in the history of the franchise. And even the likes of Bobby Grich and some of the guys who were with that Angels team in '82. Many here think that that was the best Angels team of all time. Ken Forsch, who's now an assistant general manager, he was on that club. And Forsch points out the difference between this club and that one. The pitching's better, especially the bullpen. Guys like Percival. They didn't have a guy like Percival back then. The Angels believe this is the year. Loss. 1 away. Tomorrow, Jared Washburn is likely to pitch. Mike Scioscia before the game would not commit to saying that Washburn would pitch on 3 days of rest. But with Lackey pitching 3 innings tonight, I don't know that they have any other options. Washburn's got to go tomorrow.
Well, the one thing to remember, the Yankees have been here before if they lose this ball game. They have been there before, and they know how to handle a situation, and they do have David Wells going for them tomorrow.
19 wins, and he'll go on extra rest. Washburn only pitched a couple of times on short rest right at the end of the year. And that's part of the Angels story as well. Strike one to Jeter. 1982, they jumped out to a 2-0 lead. Bypassed Ken Forsch in game 4 after they lost their first game to make it 2-1. And brought back Tommy John on short rest, and they never won another game. The Yankees come back and win tomorrow. Then the game 5 would be played at Yankee Stadium. Jeter into left center field. Anderson gets there. The Yankees, I mean, you talk about being there, Joe. They were just there last October.
Right.
Down 2-0 to the Oakland Athletics. And having to face Barry Zito in Oakland. Almost impossible odds, it seemed. And then Zito pitched a brilliant game. And yet the Yankees won it. And then they won that series. So we'll see. But right now, the Angels are 1 out away from going ahead in this series. Giambi takes ball 1. Giambi has walked twice and grounded out twice.
John, you can't say enough about the Angels, not just tonight coming back from the big deficit, but what they've done all year, the slow start they got off to, coming back against the Oakland A's in games. I mean, they have just had a magical season so far.
1 ball, 1 strike. One of the questions about the Yankees this year are somewhat new cast of characters. Giambi rather than Tino Martinez being one of them. And Tino had started to slip offensively. I mean, he's not in the class of Giambi, but still a very fine first baseman. And Giambi laid off that one. 2 balls and a strike to count to him now. And in New York, Yankee fans may well be debating already, would Tino have had Garrett Anderson's double in the 7th inning that started that rally?
I think it's food for thought, but I mean, I also think that, I mean, like they said, the Angels did to the Yankees tonight to me what the Yankees have done to so many teams in the past.
2-2.
Balls that the Yankees would hit were just out of reach. We saw Soriano try to make a catch in short right field that cost him a run. The ball that Mondesi could not catch down the right field line. Those are the things that happen to other teams, not to the Yankees.
Now Percival tries to wrap it up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Giambi and the Yankees stay alive. Bernie Williams would be next. Troy Percival has been steadily one of the great closers in the game, year after year. Anderson, he has room, and the Angels have won it. In the Yankees' long history of postseason success, this marks only the 3rd time in all that history that they have had at least a 5-run lead and not won the game.
This is quite a spectacle now, isn't it? The fans here are really enjoying this.
Well, the Angels win this swing game, but they haven't yet won the series.
Exactly.
And the Athletics learned that bitterly last October. They've got to win 1 more. Francisco Rodriguez, the 20-year-old, has won his 2nd postseason game.
Well, Percival just overpowers Giambi low and away, and you see Giambi cannot do anything but drop his bat on it and hits a fly ball down the left field line.
and that'll do it. The Yankees are down 2-1.
And Percival finishes it up. The bullpen shut out the Yankees in the last 6 innings on only 1 hit. They retired the last 12 in a row, 6 of them by the 20-year-old Francisco Rodriguez, the proud son of Caracas. And what a night for him. The 7th and 8th innings, retiring the Yankees 6 up and 6 down. Tim Salmon, he's the senior Angel in terms of service. A big home run to cap it off in the 8th inning. And now Jared Washburn, an 18-game winner tomorrow against the 19-game winner, David Wells. Tim Salmon standing by in the field with our Gary Miller. Gary?
Tim, as the crowd rocks here, this is a long time coming. You're the longest standing Angel. How different is the experience now and beating the Yankees on top of it?
It's awesome, man. There's no words. I mean, the fans, I mean, they've been waiting longer than I have, and I tell you what, they're letting it all out. It's awesome.
Francisco Rodriguez didn't join this team until mid-September. Most of you guys don't even know him. How does he even make the roster, and how does he do what he did tonight?
He's got an unbelievable arm. I mean, we've only known him for a couple weeks now, but I tell you what, the first night he threw, I looked at Ursay, we were just wide-eyed. I mean, he was unbelievable with this stuff, and that's what earned the spot.
This team is extremely resilient. It came back all year long, but this is the New York Yankees. 6-1 lead, you're down in the hole. How did you stick in there with an off night from Ramon and just hang in there and battle back?
Because we've been in that situation about 100 times this year. I mean, this has been our club all year long. I mean, we come back, we battle, we play 9 innings. It's nothing new for us. I mean, it's against the Yankees and it's in the playoffs, but you know what? We've been there 1,000 or 100 times this year.
You were down that 6-1 hole. Your first pitch swinging there to cut that lead in half. Tell me about that at bat.
Well, you know what? I just want to be aggressive. I mean, I've waited a long time, and you know, I don't want to go away saying I didn't get my cuts in. And you know, I've just been ready. I'm trying to be ready for every pitch, and if it's a ball that's up or something I think I can handle, I'm going to swing at it. I mean, you know, I didn't wait all this long just to go up there and take strikes, so I'm ready to go.
You can see the smile on his face. His home run really put it away and saved it for the Angels. They can win it tomorrow. Jared Washburn will go on 3 days rest. Back to you.
All right, Gary. And a lot of excitement down there, but it's not over yet. 1 win still needed for the Angels, and as an organization, as a franchise, they've been there before, so we'll see. The final score, 9-6. The Angels beat the Yankees, and they lead this series 2-1. Excitement here in Anaheim. Tomorrow, the Athletics try and finish off the Twins. The Twins have to win or they'll be eliminated. 1 Eastern, 10 Pacific, and ABC Family. The D-backs and the Cardinals, 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central on ABC Family. The Diamondbacks must win or be eliminated. For Joe Morgan and our entire crew, I'm John Miller. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Rip double down the right field line. Adam Kennedy come on down and the Angels lead 7-6. Next batter is Tim Salmon, who's facing Steve Carsey, and Salmon got it. Big 2-run shot. The Angels plate 3 in the 8th. 8 unanswered runs on the Yankees, and up 9-6. Troy Percival on to close it. Jason Giambi pops this one down the left field line. And you betcha, the Angels win Game 3 of this series by the final of 9-6. This is the first time under Joe Torre that the Yanks have lost consecutive playoff games in which they led in both of those games. Rodriguez with stellar relief to get the win, and Tim Salmon with a huge home run, and he stands by with our Gary Miller.
Tim, as the crowd rocks here, this is a long time coming. You're the longest standing Angel. How how different is the experience now and beating the Yankees on top of it?
It's awesome, man. There's no words. I mean, the fans, I mean, they've been waiting longer than I have, and I tell you what, they're letting it all out. It's awesome.
Francisco Rodriguez didn't join this team until mid-September. Most of you guys don't even know him. How does he even make the roster, and how does he do what he did tonight?
He's got an unbelievable arm. I mean, we've only known him for a couple weeks now, but I tell you what, the first night he threw, I looked at Ursi, we were just wide-eyed. I mean, he was unbelievable with this stuff, and that's what earned the spot.
This team is extremely resilient. It came back all year long, but this is the New York Yankees. 6-1 lead, you're down in the hole. How did you stick in there with an off night for Ramon and just hang in there and battle back?
Because we've been in that situation about 100 times this year. I mean, this has been our club all year long. I mean, we come back, we battle, we play 9 innings. It's nothing new for us. I mean, it's against the Yankees and it's in the playoffs, but you know what? We've been there 1,000 or 100 times this year.
You were down that 6-1 hole. Your first pitch swinging there to cut that lead in half. Tell me about that at bat.
Well, you know what? I just want to be aggressive. I mean, I've waited a long time, and you know, I don't want to, I don't want to go away saying I didn't get my cuts in. And you know, I've just been ready. I'm trying to be ready for every pitch, and if it's a ball that's up or something I think I can handle, I'm going to swing at it. I mean, you know, I didn't, wait all this long just to go up there and take strikes. So I'm ready to go.
You can see the smile on his face. His home run really put it away and saved it for the Angels. They can win it tomorrow. Jared Washburn will go on 3 days rest. Back to you.
Gary, thanks very much. Tim Salmon, the most tenured Angel. He's been waiting his whole career for a moment like that, and he came through. Mike Mussina just couldn't duplicate last year's gem that he threw in Game 3 against the A's, lasting just 4 innings. Didn't get the loss, but did give up 4 earned runs as the Yanks lost for the first time at Game 3 under Joe Torre. Now let's head out to the guys who called the game on ABC Family, John and Joe. Guys, very exciting.
Well, it was indeed a real exciting ball game, and as Joe mentioned at the end of the telecast, it was somewhat reminiscent, all too reminiscent, of so many Yankee postseason games that we've seen over the years, where even though they fall behind early, their bullpen comes in, shuts down the other team while they start chipping away, and eventually they take the lead. They take advantage of little mistakes, and then Rivera's at the end to close the door. It all happened that way tonight, except it happened against the Yankees.
Well, you're right. I mean, the Yankees they got off to such a great start. But the one thing I found out in this postseason, anytime you jump off to a big lead, you better continue to add on. We saw it with the Oakland A's. They were caught today. I mean, it just doesn't happen. You can't get ahead, sit on a lead, and go out and shut the other team out. But you can't say enough about the bullpen of the California Angels. 1 hit over the last 6 innings. I mean, that's just amazing pitching. They shut the Yankees down completely. And the Yankees at the end were really not attacking the ball anymore. They had been just frustrated so much by the bullpen that they were just non-aggressive at the end.
In the 8th inning, Darren Erstad got the big hit that finally put the Angels ahead against Stanton.
Well, you're right, and he battles Stanton. Stanton starts him off with a big breaking curveball, and he gets strike 1. Eventually he gets strike 2 when he throws him another fastball here that he fouls off. And I thought he should have come back with another high fastball just to chase him. But he hangs that breaking ball there. And, I mean, there's nothing easier to hit than a hanging breaking ball if you're a left-handed hitter with 2 strikes, because you're waiting a little longer and that ball hangs inside. You get a chance to turn on it. And, I mean, he hit a bullet to right field.
All right, now, the comeback was all really started in earnest by Adam Kennedy. Had a huge night, 3 hits, a home run. His double in the 8th inning started that winning rally. Adam Kennedy standing by with our Gary Miller.
All right, thanks. Adam Kennedy, one of the all-time great number 9 hitters you put up this year, but never at a more important time than this. You had a huge home run tonight, and you also had the sac fly that brought you within a run. You were swinging 2-0 a couple of times tonight. Was that the plan of attack, to go aggressive?
Well, with their pitching staff, you don't want to, give up any pitches. They're so good that you give up a 2-0 pitch, you may not get another one to hit. So we've been aggressive all night long. They've been aggressive too. We just kept battling back tonight. A couple runs here, a couple runs there, and we got them.
You scored in 6 of the 8 innings. They didn't score after the 3rd. Ramon obviously wasn't himself. Talk about the resiliency of this team and hanging in against a team that's won the World Championship more times than anyone the last half of this decade.
Yeah, Lackey came in and did a tremendous job, I can't say enough about him. And like you said, just resilience and going out there, scoring a couple runs every inning, run here, run there, and trying to be within reach in the later innings, and we were.
How much do you know about Francisco Rodriguez? How much English does he talk, and what will you say to him after this performance, striking out 4 of the 6 Yankees he faced?
I know that he's pretty filthy, and nobody's took a good swing off him all year. Soriano hit a home run the other day off him, but that's about it. we'll go in and give them congratulations and get ready for tomorrow.
All right, best of luck to Adam Kennedy as they try to close it out at home against the Yankees. A guy who had 15 big league innings, a huge setup man for Troy Percival tonight. Back to you.
Well, perhaps today or tomorrow will be the day. The Angels win at 9-6. Tomorrow, Jared Washburn on 3 days of rest up against David Wells. For one night at least, here in Anaheim, the feeling is that the Angels are on their way. We'll see. The Yankees are not quite dead yet. 9-6, the final from Anaheim. Let's go back to SportsCenter.
John, Joe, Gary, thanks very much. And you heard John mention that matchup, Washburn against David Wells, who is one of the most clutch postseason performers in recent history. 8-1 in 19 career playoff appearances, including 5-0 at the Yanks. He's never lost a playoff game with the Yanks, but Linda Cohn, we've already seen some Yankee firsts in the first 3 games of this series.
Yes, we have, and that's what makes the baseball postseason so exciting. Jeff Brantley joins me now, and let's just get right to it and talk about the Angels and their resiliency, ability to come back against Yankee starting pitching and relief pitching. How they do it?
The Angels have been doing this all year long. Why have they been doing it? They just have tremendous resiliency. Mike Scioscia is not going to let these guys quit. He's instilled in them from day one. You guys can win this thing. How do you win it? Because you want to win it. Put your nose to the grindstone, get after it, do the small things, make sure that the fundamentals get done, and you can win ball games. Tonight, perfect example. Bunt the runner over, put together a great AB. Keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting until you get the pitch that you need. And that's exactly what Darren Erstad did right here against a tough left-hander with great postseason experience. And Mike Stanton, he finally gets a breaking ball that Stanton leaves over the plate, rips it down the right field line. The fans are going nuts, shakes everything up in the Yankee dugout and in the Yankee bullpen. They bring in Carsey, first pitch. Salmon says, see you later. You know what? When you get excited, the good things happen. And this ball club is excited, and the Yankees have finally run into a roadblock. I tell you what, these guys are playing tremendous baseball, very, very difficult to get by.
And you know, Jeff, check a look at the bullpens. The Angels pen Rock for 7 earned runs and 5 innings of work in the first 2 games of this series. The key to their Game 3 win. With Anaheim down by 5 after 3, the Halos pen held the Yanks at bay for their big come-from-behind victory. Now let's talk, Jeff, about Game 4. Jared Washburn going on 3 days rest. You know, ask any Yankee fan. They want it back at Yankee Stadium for Game 5. How essential is it for the Angels to just close it out in Anaheim tomorrow?
I'll tell you what, Linda, the last thing that you want to do is play a Game 5 or a Game 7 at Yankee Stadium. Very important for these guys to shut it down, get the Yankees out of here, and get them out of here now. And they're doing it against a tough guy. David Wells is no pushover. He's going to be out there to stick it to him. Washburn's going to have the game of his life on 3 days rest, and he's got to get it done tomorrow.
And he's facing that guy, David Wells, that Rich had mentioned before, what a money pitcher he is in the postseason.
Well, David Wells is going to throw a lot of strikes. He's going to come after you. He's going to battle you. But Jared Washburn, I mean, this guy's been their #1 guy all year long, always been a guy that's come to the occasion. He's going to have to do it tomorrow.
Jeff, let's take a break and send it back to Anaheim, where just moments ago Joe Torre was at the podium.
It's not on.
What do you say to your team, Joe?
Well, there's really not a lot to say to the team other than they know what they're made of. You know, I have no problem with what we're going to see tomorrow. I mean, these guys, no guarantee you're going to win, but you're going to come out here ready to play. I mean, you judge how good a team is by how they respond to negative stuff. So it was a terrible night tonight, but one game gets us going home, and that's what we're looking forward to.
David?
Joe, starting pitching again?
Yeah, you know, Moose pulled a groin, but I mean, he can't. It wasn't the groin that gave up the runs, because he was okay at that point. The starting pitching, you know, hasn't been as good as we're capable of being. I mean, it's simple as that. You're not looking for excuses. It's just a matter of you give the Angels a great deal of credit for the way they hang in there and go hard at you. And right now, we just haven't been able to do our job as well as they have.
Joe, the bullpen too has had some rocky times. I mean, just the way that you guys have built this thing over the past few years, pitching all the way. Are you surprised now that?
I hope I'm always surprised when our bullpen doesn't hold the lead. But I mean, as I say, you really have to credit the Angels. They scored in 6 of the 8 innings. We only shut them out in 2 innings of the 8, and that's not too good. I thought Mike Stanton was very courageous tonight, the way he went about it. He's not afraid of anything. He struggled toward the end of the year and came in, and I thought Pitch did a great job tonight. The results aren't too good, and so we have to make that better tomorrow in order to go home with a game on Sunday. But yeah, I am surprised.
Tom?
Yeah, Joe, your take on the two plays late in the game, the ball that went off Giambi's glove that Garrett Anderson hit, and the ball
that ball jumped on him.
It jumped, and the ball
because we had just moved him closer to the line, and so he was in position to catch it. It hit something and jumped over his glove.
And the play that Raul Mondesi made a long run, and
yeah, it looked like Mondi looked like he reached down with two hands. I'm not sure if he could have been easier for him if he did it with one hand, hit off the end of his glove. But it's, they bust their tails, and it just didn't work too good tonight.
Yeah, in the set that we're in on the field where we're overplaying, and if Troy's covering on the steal, it's a pitcher's responsibility to get back to third base, and Ramon just, he didn't react.
Question was about the first inning mix-up. Bob?
Maybe it's far-fetched, but Mariano Rivera earlier in his career was a little like Frankie Rodriguez. He kind of showed up in that role and opened some eyes in the postseason. Do you see him as possibly a closer someday with that kind of dominating stuff?
Well, I do. First of all, Frankie Rodriguez has a long way to go before you put him in Mariano Rivera's shoes. Mariano Rivera is an incredible athlete, incredible pitcher, and I'm sure that's a great goal for Frankie to set. It would be somebody that obviously, he's incredible. I think Francisco Rodriguez has that live arm that you don't see very often. He's got an incredible breaking ball, fastball that just explodes, and he definitely has the ability to eventually become a closer. I think a dominant closer in the game. And right now, obviously, we have the leeway maybe not to rush him. We have a pretty good closer ourselves, but he's a great arm, and tonight those two innings were huge.
Yes.
Mike, were you aware that Spezio was 0 for 12 against Stanton going into that at bat? And
yeah. I think there's a couple things with Spezio you have to keep in mind. This is the first time Scott Spezio has really swung the bat with the proficiency you would hope for from the right side in his career. So I think that some of those stats might be a little skewed because he's always had problems from the right side hitting. It's never been his strong side. This year, with the adjustments he made with Mickey, he's gotten clutch hit after clutch hit from the right side, and there's absolutely no, we have no hesitation at all to let him hit because he's having an incredible season hitting right-handed. And I think, as we move forward, you'll see some of those numbers flip-flop if you can keep this stroke.
And can you comment on a couple other things? Eckstein's ability to put down the bunt in situations like that all season, and Erstad getting a runner home from third. I don't remember too many cases when he didn't with less than 2 outs.
Right. I think in between a lot of that excitement was a lot of important little ball. We still kept running the bases aggressively early, being we were down 6-1. I think the bunts played a huge part with both Benjamin Lina and David Eckstein's. And I think that and Ersty hitting in with guys in scoring position. We got some clutch hits tonight. It's not very often that you're going to be able to score the amount of runs we did off of a great staff like that without getting some clutch hits. And tonight, they fell in.
Question here.
Mike, can you tell us some of the decisions that went into putting Frankie Rodriguez on the playoff roster?
As we had some tough decisions. We had some veteran pitchers that have been doing a good job for us during the season. Dennis Cook, Al Levine, Mickey Callaway came up and just great job for us in September with some starts. When it came down to it, and we saw that Francisco had the makeup and was not going to be taken out of his game in any situation, because we used him in a lot of situations in September to see what it looked like he was going to be able to bring. It became very clear this type of arm is an arm that you definitely would like to have in the postseason, especially against against a lineup like the Yankees. I think he's got the stuff that you're going to need to challenge those guys and to get through a tough lineup. And he's been terrific. And even the pitch that Soriano hit for the home run the other night was not that bad a pitch. You have to give him credit. So he's been terrific.
Take a couple more if we have them right here.
Mike, as far as the bullpen's performance with Rodriguez tonight, what kind of effect is that going to have for tomorrow's Game 4?
We're gonna hope little adrenaline will get these guys back. I think when you're getting where we are in the postseason, I think our guys are fresh. I think they're okay. I know Francisco can bounce back. I know John Lackey can bounce back if he had to. Obviously, Scott Schoenweiss will be available. I think Ramon Ortiz can bounce back if he's needed today, or if there's tomorrow if there's a Game 5. So I think we're going to be okay. We got Webb a day off with his hand, so he's hopefully back. Brendan Donnelly's fresh. Percy's fresh. Hopefully Wash is going to pitch deep enough into the game where we can get some matchups late and get the guys that we want out there on the mound.
Joe Everett. As the skipper said, the Angels did get big hits, but the story is the Yankee pitching or lack thereof. Why did nobody see this coming?
Well, I think when you look at any pitching staff, the innings that kill you are the 5th, 6th, and the 7th. You got guys that set up and close. You're supposed to have starters that get you to the 7th. Evidently, the Yankees haven't gotten that far. The bullpen for the Angels has been the difference. These guys didn't give up nothing.
Yankee pitching 22 runs allowed in the 3 games. Jeff Brantley, thank you for your comments.
All right.
Still ahead on SportsCenter. Much more on the A's and their big win at the noisy Metrodome coming up. Stay tuned. This is SportsCenter.